Well, hello everyone. Thank you very much for joining me today. This will be a full day marathon, and of course, I can't promise you how many hours I will be able to stay here with you, but I'll try my best to stay as much as possible. And we are going to discuss a lot of things. I'm going to try to answer all your questions. If you are here with me live, of course, don't forget that you have a live chat, so you can ask your questions in the live chat and you can keep the discussions going on. And I'm just going to tell you my opinions on different subjects. Make exercises, small ones, larger ones, use different technologies from the Java ecosystem, and from time to time, of course, I will interrupt and read your questions and answer them. So don't hesitate to ask anything you have on your mind. Of course, I can't promise you I will be able to answer absolutely everything because, contrary to the popular opinion, I don't have all the answers. But I will try my best. That's everything I can tell you. With that being said, yeah, maybe a little bit of an introduction just to make sure, in case you've just joined this channel and maybe you didn't have the time to take a look and watch a part of my videos. I have here a lot of playlists already on Spring Security, Spring Framework. I try to keep them updated, JPA and Hibernate, and of course I'm also an author, so I'm the author of Spring Security in Action and Spring Start Here, and I'm just writing my third book now that's called How to Read Java. At the moment, most likely we'll change the title, but it's a book on troubleshooting Java applications. And in case you want to follow me, you can also follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn, so don't hesitate to follow me there as well, because I'm continuously sharing things that you might be interested in. And in case you have a question, you can always post the question not only on YouTube but also on LinkedIn and Twitter, and I try my best to answer you. So that's the idea. Which version of Java will I use today? So I'm going to use Java 17. The reason is, it's of course the latest long-term supported version, and it comes with most of the latest features. I know Java 18 is the latest one, but it doesn't come with a lot of enhancements in the language itself that desires to that deserves to be mentioned at the moment. So I will create a separate video for that. I will try to keep this marathon as practical as possible, so I will discuss not only syntaxes like certification stuff, but I will try to give you hints from my own tips and tricks from my own experience to make it as practical as possible. I'm very interested in teaching practical skills because I know that they are the most relevant, because when you're going to apply some of the things you learn, whether you learn them from books or you learn them from video tutorials or you learn them from somewhere else, if there is not well mentioned whether something is practical or not, you might end up using something that's not really the best practice. So we most of us probably know that, for example, when you study for a certification such as the OCP certification, you have to learn a lot of syntaxes. It's like the incremental and the decremental operators, different ways to write for different syntaxes that they are not even recommended, so you learn them, that's possible to write like for that way, for example, without anything in the three parts it has, but that doesn't mean you should use it ever like that in a real world app. So it even happens from time to time that as a consultant I end up finding code where different syntaxes that I only find usually in certifications exam are there, and that's not clean coding. So then comes the advice to clean the code, and I know theoretically we have a lot of ways to avoid that, including static code analysis, but let's be honest and again become practical a bit. Even though we have a lot of ways and the possibilities today to include validations directly in our CI/CD pipelines, that doesn't always happen. So I still even continue to see companies, organizations, teams not even having a continuous delivery, or maybe not even having a continuous integration already. So I don't want to assume that all the projects use static code analysis, use unit tests and stuff like that, because in my experience I know that's not realistic, or at least not today in 2022. And yeah, I already see all your hands waving. I'm waving here as well. Don't forget to have the live chat, and I see everything you write there. And I already see the questions. What's the concept of CL classes in Java 17? And I think that's an excellent question. So why not starting with that one? Because I think the first of all, I would like to answer your questions. Secondly, I would like to share my opinions. Thirdly, I would like to show things that I like. So I will put myself on the third place, and I will try to first of all answer your questions. So let me share you my screen, because I always like to describe things in a practical way. CL classes, and I only need a Java project for that, so I will definitely have to use Java 17 if I want to present CL classes. And how do I call this? JM from JavaMarathon 2022. Hi, it's June. Maybe it's important to also put the month here. Maybe later the year, if the event goes fine and you like it, I will make more similar events. And then E1 from example 1. So let's keep this notation. And all my projects, I will put them later today after the event on a GitHub repository, so you will have them accessible. You don't have to write them yourselves if you don't want to. You just assume that you will have them at the very end. So you can see here I just created this nice project. It's a very simple one. I don't use anything else than Java. Of course, you could use a build tool such as Maven or Gradle. That's not I don't think that's important whether you do that or not, but the most important thing is you use the proper Java version, which you can see here is Java 17, where I have 0.1. I know it's about 0.3 now, the latest, but it's irrelevant because the patches don't bring something new in the language anyway, so it's fine from my perspective. Use this version now. And you can see that the JDK now contains modules. So if you will compare the way it looks like now with Java 8, for example, you will see that Java 8 is only one big fat jar called RT jar, about 60 megabytes, while Java 9 and above, they modularized the JDK after introducing the Jigsaw project, which now enables us create modules. And I will of course discuss about modules as well, and you will see that they are pretty much related in terms of where we use them with CL classes. So with the CL classes, because both CL classes and modules, they are very important in designing libraries. Many of us are very used with writing applications. We do write a web service, maybe a different service which is not necessarily web, but we write an application somewhere running on the backend side in a container deployed in a Kubernetes cluster. We are very used with that kind of applications today in the Java world. Sometimes we do still write JavaFX or Swing if we are old enough clients, but to be honest with you, I think much of Java today is related to the server side. So I know that you might not be, all of you, very experienced with writing libraries, but you are for sure experienced enough with using libraries, because there's almost no application not to use a dependency. We do use frameworks to build our application over them, and we do use libraries to get some feature that otherwise we would have to implement ourselves. So whether you want to do something that it takes you more than a few classes to write, but you know it's a capability that is definitely used by someone else as well, in Java there's a great chance that you will find a library on that. And my advice is, if you don't find a library on that, I think that's almost impossible. Or maybe you find a library but you are not really pleased with the way it's implemented, then my advice is, why not going yourself and create an open source project? You will be really appreciated by the community if you do that. So why is modules and sealed classes related to the concept of a library? Is because these two concepts, they have generally been designed to help library developers. So when you create a library, one of the most important thing you need to understand is that whatever you release outside of your library to be used has to be as clear as possible for the library user. So that means the developer using your library, they will add a dependency in their project, and what they want to do is clearly know how to use that library. Meaning, in our case, what classes should we instantiate, extend, use, what kind of static methods are available to be used outside of the library. Because part of the code that the library developer writes is for the functionality, the internal functionality of the library. And one of the things that are really are really frustrating, let's call it like this, really frustrating today, when you use a Java library, is that you end up seeing all the classes and you don't know exactly which class to use, and then you go to the documentation, you find out that some libraries don't have such a well-written documentation. You go to the APIs, in the APIs you see absolutely all the classes, and then you have to read through all the packages, through all the classes. If you don't find an example on how to work with that on the internet, like Stack Overflow or some other blog, then it can be really difficult and frustrating using a library. And of course you might think that Stack Overflow has everything you need today, but that's not really the case, because you might end up using some vendor provided library for a specific kind of capability you implement that's not described anywhere but in the vendor's manual. And it happened to me plenty of times. I had to implement to write software that integrates with I don't know what kind of device, industrial device that I've never seen in my life before that software requirement. And that device had a Java library to help me easily communicate with the device, but to be honest with you, the library was so poorly written and so poorly documented that I ended up considering it were much easier for me to actually start writing the socket communication from scratch rather than using that library in the end. And your library doesn't need to be like that. So today in Java 17 we have modules which were introduced from Java 9, but we also have sealed classes. And with modules you can do the following thing: you can hide things inside. With sealed classes you can do the following thing: you can strictly specify what other class can inherit another one, so or interface, which is again very important as well, because through interfaces we write contracts. So when you have, like, say, let's just say we create here a new package. Oh, come on, what happens to my computer today? Seems to be too slow. Okay, a new package here, and let's just call it main. I don't like to write things outside of packages, that's why I'm doing that. And I create a class A, and then of course let's also create a class B, and let's assume that B can extend class A. The problem is, if you are in a library, if you are the developer of a library, say you don't want to allow someone from outside of the library extend A, and that happens often. So say you have to publish class A, this is one of the classes that will go outside of the boundaries of your modules, but you want to clearly mention that this class or interface, whatever that is, you and only you can extend it. Someone from outside of the library can only use it, like maybe create instances out of it, maybe call a static method from it, but it cannot extend it. So how do you do something like that? How can you limit the possibility of inheritance? Well, with sealed classes, which was your questions, that's what you can do. You can limit the possibility of inheritance, and you can do something like that. You can just say sorry, not this one, class A. You can just say that this class is sealed, and now when a class is sealed, you have to you have to mention who is able to extend it. So class can't be sealed without being extended, and without being extended. So you have to specify who is able to extend that class that you have sealed, and then of course you have to make that class extend the class you mentioned. So it's not possible that you permit a class to extend your specific class, but that class doesn't extend the class you use the permit and the seal for. So what you need to do is to always say, I seal this class and it will be only extended by this one, and then this one needs to extend that one. And there is one more thing it needs to do. It either has to be itself sealed, case in which we start all over again and the class needs to permit and tells with the permits keyword here who else will be able to extend it, or you can specify that is non-sealed, meaning you allow anyone seeing this class to extend it. So that now you allow the possibility for class B to be extended, but you will never allow someone else than B to extend class A. Or you can make it very strict, and when you reach the leaves of the tree, of the inheritance tree, you can just say it's final, and in that case no one, whether it's a class from your library or from outside, will be able to extend it. So what sealed classes are, because that was the question in the chat earlier, a possibility to restrict the inheritance tree, and usually the purpose of doing that is when you write a library, because this way you can externalize classes, you can make them visible outside of your library for those who will be using your library, but it's the possibility you make them this way in such a way in which they cannot be extended. So you tell the user of your library it can use class A, but it cannot extend class A. So B necessarily has to extend A. So it doesn't really make sense if B doesn't extend A as long as you use the permit. So you either use the permit and you make B extend A, because that's the whole purpose. Otherwise, why would you make A permit B but B will not extend A? It doesn't make sense. You add a limitation like, well, I allow B extend A, but then B doesn't extend A. It wouldn't even be clean coding, isn't it? So this has to be a very rigid set of rules. Sealing is defining a rigid set of rules in the inheritance tree. Who is extended and who extends and who is allowed to extend specific classes. And again, the reason is usually in an app, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. I mean, you can use it with an app if you really want, but in an app, it's anyway rather more clear from the app itself, from the structure, what it does. If you are a developer of an app, you see the code. But if you are the developer of a library, then those who will use your library are not necessarily familiar with the code of the library. It makes sense, isn't it? Because when you use a library, you didn't necessarily write code on it. You could have. It's an open source and it's recommended, but we don't write code in all the possible frameworks and libraries in the Java ecosystem, because that would take you a few lives to be able to do that. So when you use a library, you are not familiar with the code inside. So what was the purpose of the library developer is to make as many restrictions as possible to what's visible outside of the library, so that the user of the library will not need to spend a lot of time understanding what and how to use the library. Because imagine if your library has, I will just give a number, 300 classes. So if you have a library and you develop a library of 3,000 classes, if you are in Java 8, then outside will be visible almost all of them. The only thing that will not be visible outside are those classes that you might have either made them non-public in the package, which is rarely something we do, or nested classes that we made private or give them a visibility access that's not so that they are not visible outside. But that's again something we really rarely do, because it's not even a lot clean to just put the multiple classes in the same file or nest them together. So you end up, and if you take any library with Java 8, you will see you end up with seeing almost those all 300 classes outside of the library. So then when you didn't ever use that library before, and you now need to use it, you have to figure out of the 300 classes which is the one that you need to use, and then go and dig in the documentation, dig in the APIs, try to figure out what you need to instantiate, whether you need or not to extend something like a contract or a class, and that's basically it. If you have a library developed with Java 9 and up to, I'm not sure, 15 or 16, where were the CL classes introduced, let's call it 17. What happens is that the library might have already been refactored with modules. So then what modules do is that they explicitly specify what's visible outside of the module. So that means that you will literally not see 300 classes anymore. You might only see like 5 or 10 of them outside. So now, isn't it a lot more easier to work with libraries? Because if you now suddenly don't see all the 300 types that exist inside the library, you only see 5. Now you only have to go in the documentation and look for those 5, understand them and use them. Now imagine that with CL classes, those 5 that you can see outside are sealed such in a way in which you cannot extend those that that shouldn't be extended from this point of view. So now, isn't it even much easier with Java 17? Yes, it is, because if I see that all the 5 classes or interfaces that I can see are sealed, then I know that I don't have to extend them. Of course, it doesn't make sense to like put an interface outside and then seal all of them. But you will definitely see that some of them are sealed, and then when you see those are sealed, you know that they were, for some reason, they had to be made, that they had to be published outside of the module, but it's not for you to extend them. So now it's much easier, because if you can't literally from the syntax level extend them, you know that that's the way the library has been made, not to extend them, and you don't have to again research for many hours in the documentation or in the APIs and understand how to use the library, because now you have literally the minimum outside visible, and you just have to focus on those types and what you can do with those types. So that's what CL classes are for, and mostly that's what modules are for. I can also show you how to create modules if you'd like, but the whole idea and why I said they are linked is because of the purpose they have. So let me see, you have some more questions. So talk about performance tuning. How should I start mastering this topic? Resources, tools, specialists to follow in the social media. Wow. The performance tuning, well, that's quite a difficult subject today, because first of all, it depends a lot on what version and what kind of application are we discussing. Many people looking for performance tuning, they are looking for versions that are either Java 8 or previous versions. And in that case, well, the lower the Java version is, in my perspective, the more things you can do to tune your applications, because the more the JVM evolved, the more intelligent, let's call it like that, it is, and you have less tweaks you can do to make it better. Now, improving Java application doesn't necessarily only stand on the Java itself, on the JVM, because, for example, at the JVM level, what you can do is, for example, restrict the memory, change the garbage collector type. You can do that. There are different garbage collectors depending on the Java version you're using. You can choose one or another, and that can, or by contrary, might not increase the performance of your application. And you can basically, in most cases, you can understand what's best for your application by researching what's best for your application. So I wouldn't say that. Of course, there is a very good book out there, Java Performance Tuning, which I advise you. I think is the one with a goat on the cover, if I correctly remember. I might be mistaken because I read a lot of books. This one is an older one. I will search it for you if you want. But the books and the tutorials will only tell you what you can do, precisely how you can do them in your application. It depends a lot, not only on the app itself and the Java version, the JVM you are using, but it might depend on the operating system and how it's configured, on whether you are using a virtual machine or a container. Did you know that in a container, for example, the system entropy might cause performance problems? The system entropy is what the operating system uses for randomness. It's usually created through the interaction you have with the system. So, for example, when you use your keyboard or your mouse, the system entropy changes, and that's what's creating real randomness. Because if you, for example, if you use a class such as random from Java util in Java, that's not real randomness. Real randomness means that you literally can't foresee what value will be generated. And in most real world cases, real randomness is very important. And if you use, instead of the random class from Java util, you use the secure random class. A secure random class will generate you a random value based on system entropy. But if you put your if you put your app in a container, then you might end up having performance problems just because in a container the system entropy is not well defined. And then there are some properties you can use to avoid that. But look, this is only one example out of millions of examples of things that can go wrong. And what my advice is for you is that, okay, learning some tricks will not necessarily help you knowing what to do with your application, because literally almost each and every example is different one in this topic. But what you can do is learn some of the things you can do, like changing the garbage collector, properties to change the memory limitations and CPU limitations. By the way, now through from Java 10, possible even with containers and stuff like that. And then to know how to use them, I do advise you learn how to troubleshoot your application. And for example, that's even one of the reasons I started writing a book on troubleshooting Java apps that's already available in early access, is because I find it very important not to provide necessarily a fix, because sometimes it's not even possible to provide a fix. Say, for all the applications, if you do that, it will work well. That's not possible. But if you teach developers how to troubleshoot, and you teach them the options they have, now they definitely have all the tools they need to find the solutions to their problem. So my advice for you is learn the things you can do, and for example, Java Performance Tuning is a good book on finding out what you can do. Find out what you can do not only from the app level, but also from the system level. For example, learn that the way you deploy your app can affect its performance as well as the app itself. The database you are using, the persistence layer, and in that case you asked me who to follow on social media. Follow Vlad Mihalcea. You will find out a lot of posts and articles he's writing on how to improve and how to write your application be more performant with the persistence layer. So in case you are interested and you should be in the persistence layer, then you go follow him and read his articles, and you will definitely find a lot of interesting things. Torben Jensen as well for the persistence layer of the application. And very important, learn how to troubleshoot. Learn how to profile your application, how to debug, how to use logs, because that will give you the opportunity to understand what's wrong in your specific case, which might be slightly different from other cases. And then knowing what you can do and knowing where's the fault in your application, you put them together, you find a solution. So that's my advice for you for the performance. And I hope I answered you, or I already gave you ways to go from here. So what is the real world probably use case of CL classes? We are generally not creating libraries. You are generally not creating libraries, but others are, Erit. So why do you say we are generally not creating? You are not creating libraries, but come on, how many libraries do we have in Java? A lot of them, aren't we? So CL classes, their real world usage, as I said, is in libraries. Most likely you won't use them with applications, but that doesn't mean they are not important, because even though you are not writing libraries, others are. So whenever you may in the future or others write libraries, they will make use of CL classes for exactly what I told you, to make the lives of those who use the libraries easier. And of course, let's not forget that if you are using Java, all of us, we are using at least one library. That's the JDK. So it's not only that those who will create their own libraries with their specific purpose will use CL classes, but I do expect in the future the JDK itself will use CL classes a lot, so that you will not be able, for example, to extend specific classes which are not meant to be extended from the JDK. Remember that in the past, or maybe if you don't know, you will find out now, in the past, when we didn't have modules at all and everything was accessible, a lot of people, a lot of developers used what we call internal classes. Internal classes are very usually easy identified because they don't start with Java or JavaX, they start with Sun, for example. And you could do that because there was no way to hide them inside the JDK. And that was not right, because internal classes are called internal for a reason. And the reason is they might be changed from a version to another and even from a patch to another. So if you do use internal classes, then you might end up with breaking changes whenever you make any kind of version upgrade on your application, and you don't want that. And it happened. Now with modules, these classes have been hidden inside, but there are still cases where specific classes need to be extended from inside the JDK, but they are not necessarily meant to be extended from outside of the JDK from your application. And then the JDK, that is a library as other libraries, will make use of the CL classes. I'm sure of that. So can this CL functionality be disabled on the library level by the user? Any way provided by Java to do it? I don't know. So I don't think I know any way in which the CL can be overridden. It might be that I'm not aware of that, but from what I know, you can't do that. So once you seal the class, it remains sealed. I will research, however, to make sure that I'm totally right, because it's very possible that usually what Java developers do when they create a new feature, sometimes they create kind of VM properties for different things, such as this one. But my feeling is it's not the case here, because I think the sealed world, same as for example, the generic types, they are only used at the compilation time, so at the runtime they don't exist anymore. In the bytecode there's not such thing as sealed anymore. So in that case, it might be we either have something at the compilation level to override that, or we don't have at all. But I guess, and I would say, count that you don't have. And in the end, why would that even be the case to use something like overriding the sealed definition? Because, well, that's the reason we made it. If it's sealed, it's sealed. Just keep it like that. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense anymore to use sealed. Cool. So in a regular RESTful Spring app, when multiple users call an endpoint, for which user you get a thread. For each user you get a thread. Yes, exactly. So that's the non-reactive approach, the standard servlet Spring MVC, how it's called, application. When you have an HTTP request, there is a thread. What happens if two users call an edit endpoint at the same time on the same DB item? Well, very good question. The answer is, of course, it depends on how you implemented that. So in the end, you will end up with two different threads, and each thread will have their own transaction. Here is more like a transaction isolation question that you have rather than a Java one, because it doesn't really matter on how your Java app does the updates. It's more on how you created the transactions. The transactions might have multiple isolation levels. In some cases, you can set them up at the application level, and in other cases, you can set them up at the database level. Usually, the transaction isolation levels are read uncommitted, read committed, repeatable read, and serializable. So what can happen is that if, for example, if one of them commits before the other, for example, the last one will be stored. Now, I think it's bigger of a problem if you do other operations like reading on the transaction at the same time, because in case you only have an update, that's kind of easy usually. So the last one that will commit will persist the values. That's easy. If what you do, it's only an update. The last one that manages to update will update the item, and that's it. So it's not a big deal. But the bigger problem is what happens if they, for example, read the value and then update it. And in that case, for example, depending on the isolation level you set on the transaction, you might end up either having phantom reads, or repeatable reads, and depending on whether you want to avoid them or not, you can set a higher isolation level. The default one is read committed, but you can make it repeatable read or serializable. And what I do recommend you read on this is articles on transaction isolation. I think that's where you are going to find most of the answers on your question. Does it get the thread locked? No, I don't see any reason why the thread will be locked in this case. So locked, depending what you understand out of locked, will the thread wait while, for example, the database does something? Yes, in that case you can say the thread is paused, is idle. So yes, it might be that any IO input-output operation makes the thread pause, and then the thread will be, as you say, you can call it locked. But I don't want you to assume it's deadlocked. It's just waiting for some operation on the database. And that's, for example, why in some cases a reactive approach is better, because if you have a reactive approach, then unlike the non-reactive where you have each HTTP request with its own thread, in case of a reactive implementation, you have a pool of threads, and the thread, when they become idle, they can pick a different task. And this way we make an economy in building and creating new threads, which helps in the app's performance. So what are the phantom reads? Would there be junk stuff in the SQLDB? So yeah, okay. I think it's better if you will take this afterwards and read it more in detail, because I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't be able to explain you absolutely everything on the subject. It's quite a large subject, and even a day would not be enough if I would try to only keep on this one. But let me show you at least what phantom reads are. I am trying to start now Inkscape, which is usually the tool I use for drawing stuff. And yes, you will understand what kind of problems can happen. So, like, what kind of problems can happen when you don't correctly isolate your transactions. But that's again not necessarily very Java related. So I will show you this, and maybe we can then jump to a topic that is more Java related than the transaction isolation. Okay, so you were asking what happens. Just assume these are the transactions. I will just design them as some arrows. And you can have, you need to have at least two of them in parallel. But of course, you can imagine the same can be replicated if you have even more transactions in parallel, which will of course overcomplicate your case. So yeah, imagine that you do something like you have a stock and you have 10 items of beer, so they can be bought because this is an online shop that you are creating here. So imagine the following thing. At some specific time on transaction T1 reads the value on the stock, which is 10, and tries to increment it afterwards with a different operation. So if you do something like read here and then write here, transaction T1 will definitely here read 10, and let's just assume that it increments the value and then writes here 11. Now the question is, what happens if this is at the same time with a different transaction? Well, if this transaction commits here, by default the isolation level is read committed, meaning that if a second transaction, this is a C4 commit, if a second transaction reads at the same time, like in my case here, whichever read will happen before the commit will still read 10. So what can happen is that if this transaction, say for our sake, does the same thing, and if they happen at the same time, both of them commit. So here it will be 11, but here it will be 11 as well. However, these two transactions happen, so theoretically that should be 12, isn't it? So if this one adds a book and this one adds a book, you have two books that have been added. But being that the transactions were in parallel and the isolation level was not the right one, sorry, this happens for read uncommitted. For read committed. For read committed, yeah. Now you will basically end up with a value of 11 instead of a value of a 12. What can happen as well is basically what happens, so we say, okay, we increase the isolation level for read committed, but that doesn't necessarily solve the problem, isn't it? Or at least not all of them, because it can happen now that the transaction rolls back. So in case it rolls back, then you have again a different problem, because you might have read the value. In case of read uncommitted, you might have read the value on it, but now if it rolled back, then you read a wrong value, so this is a dirty read, and then you end up incrementing one more instead of one less. So you see, depending on the isolation level you have on the transaction, if you don't choose the right isolation level, you might end up with phantom reads, dirty reads, repeatable reads, which are the three major problems you might have on the DB. Again, a subject that I would like to leave for another day, because it's not directly Java related, but I hope you at least made an idea. And if you want to go further, I have a video already on this channel where I explain isolation levels. So just search for isolation levels on this YouTube channel. You will find them explained with examples and with using, I think, JPA. And of course, you can search for the isolation levels and document a bit more on that. Cool. Okay, super. So thank you very much for your appreciations and new features in the JDK. Okay, let's go for new features in the JDK. I see you guys are very interested. Let me actually show you how I'm using the new features in the JDK with Spring. I'm using Java 17 for already a lot of months, so I upgraded my application. I say my application, to be more clear, is it's not my application, it's the application I'm working on with quite a large team on a real world project. I will not give you names because I'm not allowed, of course, but I'm just telling you, just to have you, to make an awareness. I'm always using the latest versions. What I'm doing, for example, what we were doing on Friday, yesterday, we were just upgrading to Spring Boot 2.7.1, which is the latest version that is just released. So I'm kind of that kind of architect that is very eager to continuously upgrade. I don't say I always upgrade immediately after something releases, but it usually doesn't take more than a couple of months for me to upgrade the dependencies, because that way I always get the latest features and the latest stuff. So I'm using Java 17 already for a lot of months, because I upgraded, I think, to Java 17 2 weeks after it was launched in October last year. and I upgraded to Java 17 because it became the latest long-term supported version, and I wanted to always work on the latest long-term supported. So that's what I'm going to tell you, what I'm going to answer to your questions today, and what I'm going to tell you today is not out of books, tweets, and tutorials. It's out of my own experience, because I'm using Java 17 for some time already, and I know already what helped us, me and my team, a lot in the past weeks. So why not? Let's just try to create a very small service. Let's try to create a very small service that connects to a database. Let's use Spring for that, and let's see where would this, how would we write this using Java 17 and the latest features, and which are those features that you might end up using mostly from the Java 17. And I created, I have locally installed MySQL Server, and let's try it. So let's try it. And I will tell you different aspects on what you can. So let's call it Java Marathon. Okay, hopefully I wrote it correctly. So that's my schema for today. And just for the sake, let's create a table named products, or product. It's a very simple one, okay? Just a couple of columns for us. Okay, let's say we have already beer and chocolate. So let's just start by creating a new project, and this time I'm going to use Spring Boot. So I'm going to use Spring Initializer 2022 June E2. And I'm going to use Java 17, and I'm going to use Spring Web. I'm going to use my SQL driver because I need to connect to my database, and let's make this using Spring Data JDBC. And that's it, because I usually would have maybe added Lombok as well. But do we really need Lombok with this application? Well, not necessarily, because if we are using Java 17 and if we are not using a JPA implementation, which I will show you, it assumes mutability, you don't necessarily need Lombok. Of course, debatable, because some of the features that come with Lombok, such as, for example, the builder, they can still be handy sometimes. But if you don't necessarily need that, then if you have Java 17, sometimes you might even end up writing shorter code even without using a dependency such as Lombok, which, by the way, is that dependency that you would use to auto-generate getters, setters, constructors, and mostly that only by the means of some annotations that you add. And let's try to see that. Can you use JDBC template? Yes, if I would use JDBC template, I don't even need to add Spring Data. But to be honest with you, I love Spring Data, so we can make a comparison if you want between Spring Data and using JDBC template. But I'm going to show you that whatever you create with JDBC template query that you would write, you still need to write maybe 10-20 lines of code that I can do with only maybe 1 or 2 in Spring Data JDBC. So the reason I'm using Spring Data and I'm not using JDBC template is because Spring Data really helps you write a lot less code than using the JDBC template. We can try it if you want again, so it's pretty easy to demonstrate, but it's a lot less code if you use Spring Data rather than JDBC template. It takes a bit to resolve my dependencies, and then we are going to just start creating our layer. Can I make a Spring Security Marathon day? Yes, why not? That's an excellent idea. Anyway, I'm thinking on starting again a playlist on Spring Security because some of the things changed in Spring Security. Most likely also going to start writing a second edition of my book soon, hopefully. So it's a lot of plans I have with Spring Security. I can't tell you a timeline exactly, but it's something I'm thinking about. And yes, why not a Spring Security Marathon day? I think it's a great idea. Alex, CL classes, we just discussed them at the beginning of the marathon. So if you joined us a little bit later, you can just scroll to our earlier hour, and we discussed CL classes and they use records. It's something I'm going to show you now because that's where I was going. So let's say we want to create a simple endpoint just for the demonstration purposes, just taking things out of the database and putting them in a JSON that can be accessed via an endpoint, a REST endpoint. So how do we do that? Well, for me, using Spring Data JDBC or Spring Data in general, any of the dependencies, depending on what kind of database, what kind of persistence layer I'm connecting to, is at the moment the easiest way. So what I can do is, first of all, I need to find a way to represent the object. So it's product, ID and name. So I need a class for that. So I can create a class and I call it product. And then, is this a good way to write it? Well, if it wasn't for Java 17, yes, but in our case, I would say let's create it as a record. So we have it immutable from the very beginning. And now I think it's pretty simple. We just have now to say, oh, this is the ID and this is the name. And that's everything I need to write, isn't it? So now, instead of using Lombok and the class, I use a record, and it looks like this. And I just wrote 4 or 5 lines of code for the definition of the type. Guys, I see the things look good from my side, but tell me if the problem persists. Maybe I have some connection problems, even though it doesn't look from my side to have problems. Anyway, I will continue, and if things go worst, I will see what I can do. Yeah, so I was creating the record for representing the table that I have in my database, and then of course the next thing I'm doing is writing the repository, or repositories. In my case will only be one, but in a real world app you will have multiple. And then I'm just saying product repository, and it has to be an interface because we are using Spring Data, so we have to have a contract. And by the way, guys, you don't need to add repository here. So I know you will see this in a lot of examples. I saw that on Stack Overflow, I saw that on Medium. It's not bad. I mean, it's not doing anything anyway, but it's not needed either. So don't leave yourself fooled by articles who present things in some of them not clearly understood. We don't use the repository annotation on an interface because the repository annotation is a stereotype annotation, so it makes sense to use it only on something that is not abstract. Because a stereotype annotation, its purpose is to tell Spring to create an instance of that type in Spring's context. So if you have an interface, you can't create an instance of an interface anyway, because an interface represents a contract in Java, not a defined, not a concrete type. So it can't have instances. It can only have implementations. So when you use Spring Data and you use interfaces, the repository annotation is not needed. You would use the repository annotation in case you don't use Spring Data and you create your own implementation, which will be a class. So remember that at repository, it's not used with interfaces, okay? And then what we need to do is, of course, we need to extend the CRUD repository contract, and we will just say that this is a repository created for the product type, and the primary keys type is integer. And then, of course, here you can write any query you'd like. So, for example, if I want something to search by name, I can just write, say, optional, optional of product find all by name, string name. And that would even be enough, because if I'm using the right syntax of the method name, Spring Data automatically knows to change this to mean to select from product P where P name is name. But I usually don't like to do that because, first of all, in a real world app, honestly, guys, the names are not that, I mean, the queries are not that simple. Usually when you write in a real application, you sometimes end up having queries which are really, really big. So you have to write a query that maybe has 10, 20, sometimes even 50 lines of code. I don't want to scare you, but sometimes you have to join with different tables, union, stuff like that. And if you would try to rely only on the method name, it would be a very large one. Not to say that you also then have to allow Spring Data to change that, to process the name into the query, and then you end up with more processing time at the start of the application. And secondly, you then rely on the fact that Spring Data always correctly changes the name into what you wanted. So I prefer to use the query annotation, even though for some of you it might look like might look like I'm doing something unnecessary. Trust me, it makes sense. I mean, in a real world app, it makes more sense to use the query annotation rather than not use it. So that's what I'm doing. And now I'm combining this with another feature from Java 17. And I can see now that my computer is a little bit slow, so maybe that's also why you see some laggy some lagging in the stream. Well, I usually write it something like this. I think it's also IntelliJ that started to consume a lot of resources lately. So you need more powerful computer when you use IntelliJ today than it used to be earlier. Okay. And that's basically how I'm writing it. And of course, just imagine that in a real world application you will have multiple lines, but due to the fact that we now have text blocks, which is basically this nice feature in Java, which has been introduced, I think, with Java 15, so we have it in 17. It's very easy to read the query, and it's very easy also if you are using native queries with Spring Data JDBC. I'm not using Spring Data JPA here. As you can see, I'm using Spring Data JDBC, so that's why I'm writing the native query here. It's not the JPQL. I will show you with the JPQL later. You can copy it very easily. So it's just copy it, put it in your client and see how it works. If I want, I'm just taking it this way and I'm putting it here with a copy paste, and then of course the only thing it remains is that I fill up a value, but it's incredibly easy. And yeah, in my case it seems that it really wants to have the JavaMarathon, but you can configure that. You don't necessarily need to do that always. Okay, so it's very easy to work with text blocks, because previously what you had is usually the queries were written as strings, and then you use the plus to concatenate if you had multiple lines, and then if you copied those lines, then you copy them with the quotes and the plus operators, and then you had to work taking out the plus operators. It was a lot more work than just selecting the query the way it is and putting it there. So is Notepad the best idea for Java now? I hope we will not end up there, although to be honest with you, sometimes I'm using Notepad just for fun. So sometimes I'm really trying to work with Notepad just to prove that I can. So let me read some of your questions, because I see I skipped a lot of them. Wow, you already wrote so many things. So stream is lagging. Yes, I'm not sure what's happening, but I hope it will become better soon. How to connect to MongoDB using Spring Data, which uses SSL certificates for authentication. Oh gosh, I have no idea. Sorry, I don't know by heart that. I would have to research myself. Last time I used Cosmos DB, not MongoDB, which is mostly the same thing. Yeah, it was before the pandemic, so probably 3 years ago. So to answer on your question and to make sure my answer is right, I would have to research that. I don't know how to answer that question for you. Sorry. So I'm not sure if it's just me, but I have sound and hear you, but the video is not moving. Okay, I understand there are some problems. I'm not sure what to do with them. I see the computer is cool enough. How do you use records for JPA when it requires no args constructor? You don't. So the answer for how do you use records for JPA is you don't use records with JPA. You can't do that because, as I said earlier a bit, JPA specification implies mutability. So it's not only about the no args constructor. That's one of them. First of them is that indeed you need the no args constructor, because otherwise the instances cannot be created. Secondly, you can't because the record, so if I'm going here, this record has a few things you need to know. So first of all is that the two here, they are final. A record is immutable by definition. So that means you cannot change the ID and the name after the instance has been created, and that's something JPA implementations imply. So if you have a JPA implementation, for at least these two reasons, you cannot work with records. And that's where I wanted to go later after showing you this example, is that you will still need to use Lombok in case you use JPA, because you don't have another chance. So indeed, in that case, records will not be enough. This is like Kotlin, Java taking page from Kotlin's book. Most likely, yes, I see a lot of features are copied from Scala and Kotlin lately in Java. Does adding primary key adds optimistic locking? No. So optimistic locking is something that you should implement via versioning. I'm not sure if we discuss here JPA or not. This is, by the way, not a JPA implementation, but if you would do it with JPA implementation, you can implement optimistic locking by using a version column, and that way make sure that if some other transaction changes a record, meanwhile the second one will throw with an exception and will roll back. By default, from out of my knowledge, the locking is implemented as being pessimistic. Okay, this is also mentioned in your book. I'm not sure exactly what. Spring Data manages the performance in case of large DB and many entities. Spring Data is just a layer that makes your life easier when working with the queries. It doesn't mean you can't have performance issues. It doesn't mean you can't have memory problems. So no, you are still responsible with making sure that you know what you retrieve, how many entities you retrieve, that you avoid n+1 problems, that you write an algorithm that is efficient. This is not something that Spring Data, unfortunately, so sorry for giving you the bad news, but this is not something that Spring Data will take care for you, whether is or is without JPA. So it doesn't matter you use, like I'm using here, a non-JPA implementation. So remember, here I'm using Spring Data JDBC, so I'm not using JPA. With JPA would even be worst, because if you don't know what you are doing there, you might end up with several operations on the context that will make your performance even poorer. So no, you have to take to consider performance yourself. How does Spring know to create an implementation of the product repository if we don't decorate it with any annotation? Very simple, is because it uses the extended contract. So whenever we want to define the repository in Spring Data, you will have to extend one of the contracts from Spring Data. So you can see here CRUD repository, it is one of the contracts from Spring Data. The top contract, it's actually called repository, and it's a marker interface. This is the one. And then you have CRUD repository, and then you might have paging and sorting repository, and depending on the dependency you use, because if you would use Spring Data JPA, then you would have JPA repository as an even more particular contract. If you are using Mongo, then you will have Mongo repository, and so on and so forth. So what happens behind the scenes is that Spring creates you through a dynamic proxy, creates you an implementation of this interface, because it's extending one of the contracts from Spring Data. And of course, by intercepting the methods, it defines the operations that you see behind the scenes. So in our case, for example, selecting the product and putting the product in an optional, in my case, or I could have set a list. Say I might have multiple products with the same name, then I would have a list of product, and it automatically knows to do that without you having to do anything else. And it's again via a dynamic proxy behind the scenes. then you are doing the what if we go back to the Stone Age and I don't have access to an ID type of scenario. Yeah, exactly. So I sometimes, you know, when I do that, it's mostly when I'm teaching people how to stuff for certification. So how to learn for a certification exam. Because if you learn for a certification exam like OCP, for example, what happens is that it might be very bad for you. I'm not sure how to call it, but it might affect you in the wrong way using an IDE such as Eclipse or IntelliJ or NetBeans or anything that gives you hints or tells you when you, for example, miss a semicolon, or when you define something wrong, like say I'm using the var word here, which shouldn't be the case. The IDE, the intelligent IDE, the modern IDE tells me immediately this is a problem. But if you have this in a question in your OCP exam, you will see it black on white, like you see it in Notepad, you know. So what happens is when I have a training, say I'm usually, in many cases, companies hire me for training their people for different objectives. And if the objective is an OCP and the OCP exam, and that's what I'm recommending you do as well, then don't use IntelliJ to learn that. Put it in a notepad, write it in Notepad, or even better, I have my favorite here, IDE that I'm using for that. It's called BlueJ, because BlueJ, even if it has a compile button and it looks like an IDE, it acts more like Notepad. So I'm using this BlueJ. It looks very primitive, but it's absolutely excellent for exercising stuff for your OCP, because it doesn't show you all the things up front. So it's a better way, psychologically speaking, to learn for the OCP exam rather than using IntelliJ. That's why I'm doing that. It should be optional list product. No, it should not be optional list product. It should either be optional of product in case I assume I have only one product with a name, or it will be a list of product if you assume you have multiple. But I don't see any reason why you would write something like optional of list of product, because optional in the end, it's only to make sure that you avoid using null. But this, for example, if you leave it like this, and I will prove you if you want, will anyway provide you an empty list if you don't get anything by a specific name. So it doesn't make sense to add the optional all over. It would be an over engineering to do that. I'm anyway, only by using list of product, I'm already avoiding null. So it doesn't make sense to have the optional. Did you give some introduction about records? There was some interruption I didn't hear. So for the records, very important is to remember they are just like some classes, but they are final. So if you put a final here, well, it will work, but IntelliJ should make it gray. Usually it makes it gray just for you to see that it's anyway final. So I see now it doesn't happen, but I promise you any record is final. You cannot extend it. Okay. The attributes are final as well, which means that the instances are immutable. Once you create an instance, you cannot change its attributes. One interesting thing to know about the record is that it defines getters and setters, but the getters and setters only have the name of the fields. They don't have the get or is in front. Sorry, did I say setters? Sorry, only getters, because it's immutable. So the getter will look like ID or name instead of get ID or get name. So this is how it looks in a record. This is how we know from a usual class they look like. Okay. So the whole idea, and of course it defines a constructor with all the parameters, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to create the instance because ID and name are final. So that's mostly to keep in mind about records, but the whole idea is that in some cases you can minimize, as you can see here, the syntax to a very, very short one if I'm using records. And it's even easier to apply the correct best practices, because in many cases we should use immutability, and in many cases developers forget to use that. So that's why records are an excellent way now to somehow stick to best practices in many of the cases where we will be able to do that. I see some people write 2 equals method. 2 equals, there is no such thing as 2 equals. It's either toString or equals. 2 equals is not something that exists in Java. So at least you can write a 2 equals method if you want, but it's not that equals method from the object class. It's not the known equals method that helps you compare instances in Java, okay? So in Java, equals, which is actually boolean, the whole thing is boolean equals of object O. This is what we call the equals method. So 2 equals doesn't exist. You can define if one, but it's not what's known as the equals, the method comparing equality between instances in Java. So maybe you are making confusion with toString, which is string to string, and of course didn't write here, but both of them are public, and you can find them in the object class. So let me show you. Search the object class. Okay, object class being the class that's inherited by all the other classes in Java. So you have here equals, okay, and you have here toString, the way I show you. Okay, an instance of most just use the default generated with get class. I'm not sure what means default generated with get class. So when you write the equals method, you get the object and you compare it with the object named this, the current object. The idea is to define what equalness between the instances is. So for example, if I want to check on a product one with another, what I can do is say I consider that they are defining the equalness by the ID. So in that case, well, I do usually use my ID to define them, but of course I make sure that I only treat the equalness based on the field that I want to take the equality. So in my case, I don't want to say that 2 products are equal if both ID and name are if both the ID and name are equal. I want only the ID to be equal. So if the ID is equal, then it means it refers to the same product, and that's what's right in here, which is looks like a usual implementation of the equals method. So it says if the reference is the same, then return true, because if it's the same instance, it doesn't make sense to compare further. Then it always treats the type, so usually it makes sense that the instances are of the same type to be compared one with the other. So it returns false in case the type differs. That's what it says here. And then it simply casts. It makes a cast of the product to the product, and it doesn't use instance of here because the previous line anyway assumes it's of the same type. So this one should work without throwing any class cast exception. And then it simply checks the attribute I wanted it to check, which is the ID. And then yes, indeed, it always makes sense to override the equals and hash code at the same time, because they are related one to the other. So the rule for hash code is that if two objects have the same hash code, so if two objects are equal, they can be equal, sorry, got lost a bit. So if they have the same hash code, they are not necessarily equal, but if they are equal, they have the same hash code. That's the rule. So it's one side is true, the other is not necessarily true. And hash code is a way to group instances that are potentially equal one to the other. And for example, is in the most used implementation of the most known implementation of the hash code is by the hash set collection, which applies the hash code to group the objects in buckets so that it makes an efficient way of searching for the instances inside the collection. I will talk about hash set if you want a bit later, but let's go back to our implementation if you'd like. So I was creating the repository and the product. So find all by name, it will return multiple product. Nope, because I defined the query here, so I know exactly what's going to happen. So make sure that you understand that if you put the query above, it doesn't treat the find all by name Spring Data will not try to create anymore the query. It will use the one here. So trust me what I'm saying. It will work with optional of object. Yeah. Okay, it is advisable to always override yes. And I already said, I think the object in the argument can be one of type of the current class product. No need to cast. No, unfortunately not. So you can't, if that was the question here, you can't write product here. If you do that, this is not an overriding anymore, and you can see the annotation, it fails to compile. So in Java, because equals is overridden from the object class, it has to fulfill all the rules for overriding, and that means that you literally need to put object here. Otherwise, this is not anymore the overriding of the equals method. So to answer the last question I have in the chat, no, I can't simply put product here, because in that case it will not be considered anymore the equals method, and you've seen that the override annotation doesn't compile, telling me that indeed I'm doing something wrong if I do that. So you literally need to have object here. That's the way it should be. Okay, so what I'm doing next? So next I'm just going to create services. And I usually have the service layer, product, service, and you can make this one a record. And here I will use the stereotype annotation service, because this is a class, it's a concrete type. And I use the stereotype annotation to tell Spring that I want an instance of this class to be added to a Spring context. So I really need to do that in this case. Unlike the product repository, where being an interface, you don't need to add the repository annotation. So you will find this with examples. I promise you it's wrong. I mean, wrong in terms of you put it or you don't put it there, it will anyway don't do anything. But in code we prefer not write. We prefer usually not to write some code without a precise purpose. So it has to have a purpose when you put it there. And then of course what I'm doing here is that I will simply inject my product repository, and then I can have a method. I think lastly I was creating of product, list of product. And name. course. Let's import the class. Product. Cool. And then the controllers. Can we use Lombok with records? Well, does it make any sense to use Lombok with records? Because in the end, you will not generate getters because you already have them. You don't need setters because records are immutable. You don't need constructor because the records are immutable and already have the constructor. And you cannot make it builder because records are immutable. So can we use Lombok with records? I would say no. You anyway don't have any reason to use Lombok with records. There's absolutely no reason to use Lombok with records since they are totally different, isn't it? And we put the query because we cannot rely the query to be generated based on the name of the method. Yes, as I was telling earlier, you can rely, like for a small method name like this one is fine, but I asked you to exercise a bit your imagination and think about the queries in the real world application where you don't have like select everything from P, where you have joins, left joins, outer joins, unions, inner queries, and sometimes a whole query might end up having 20, 30, 50 lines. So I've even seen queries having 20, 30, 50 lines of code. And in that case, I'm pretty sure you would not want to rely on Spring Data, change the method name, or have a very long method name. So this one with the method name in Spring Data works pretty much with examples. But when you think about practical real-world scenarios, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense usually anymore. So that's why I do advise developers to use the query annotation. Also, it might happen sometimes that maybe by mistake a developer changes a name, they refactor a name, and then they don't realize that they are changing the way the query looks like, works. So in my case, I always felt better, even for small queries like this one, use the query annotation. Well, no, I don't think of using repository for annotation, for documentation purpose, because I think it's pretty obvious it's a repository just because I named it product repository. So if I'm also adding repository above it after naming it product repository on an interface that extends CRUD repository, it's a little bit of lava coding there, isn't it? I mean, what's the purpose? Just add one more word telling you this is a repository. I mean, we are not stupid, aren't we? We can see this is a repository. It's in the package repositories. It's named repository. It extends CRUD repository. You don't have to add one more annotation for that. Honestly, that's my opinion. So this record class is pretty much similar to Kotlin class. I think Kotlin already has even more than what Java has from this point of view. Although I will not discuss Kotlin in this marathon, but yes, I think many of the things that we can see in Java in the past versions, some of them are borrowed from Kotlin, some of them are borrowed from Scala. That's how it is. And let's go and say product service, the last one, as product controller, sorry, the last one. Now make it a record, and then make it a REST controller. I inject the product service, and then I define my whatever it is. Let's just assume we get it from a path variable, so like that. and then I return, what was that, product service, find products. And theoretically, we should never forget the transactional, but since I only have a find here, I guess it's okay. And we can test this one and see how it looks like now. It will take a bit, I guess, for my application to start. I can meanwhile start Postman, because I'm pretty sure I will need something to call my endpoint with. So using query when you need to fetch data objects with one-to-many, many-to-many relationships can become a little bit too clunky too quickly. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm using query even with JPA for all my syntaxes, and sometimes I'm even writing it. Like most cases, I prefer even to use DTOs when I retrieve values, but I don't feel like when I write a query, I don't feel it becomes too clunky for me. But maybe you can give us an example where this can happen. Cool. So controller and say product name and just product. How can I take this one here? Product beer. Oh, I forgot to put database credentials. Sorry for that. So data source, JDBC, MySQL, localhost, JavaMarathon, I think. And then data source, username, root. And I don't have a password on my computer, so it should work like this, I guess. Why should we not miss transactional? Because if you don't have transactional, you would basically have for each update operation its own transaction, which will end up on probably inconsistencies. So whenever we create a use case, which is a logical unit, logical piece of logic, we usually have multiple operations, and some of them are updating, deleting, inserting records, not only retrieving like this one. So what you want to do is to have them in an atomic way, to have them all together or none at all. And if you don't use the transactional annotation, well, you will not have that. And imagine a situation where you, like the simplest example, let's say you take money from an account, put them on another account. If the first operation works and the second fails, then you already end up with losing money. No, so that's what can happen if you don't assure atomicity of the use cases. The use cases are mainly written in the service layer. That's the purpose of a service object. So that's why on the service object, whenever you will have a real use case, you will have transactional. And then do we need to pass the entity manager persistent unit? What is the entity manager? The entity manager is an object which is strongly related to JPA. In my case here, I don't even have JPA. So no, it's totally unrelated to having an entity manager. I see that a lot of you are somehow very stuck with JPA in general. You seem to understand persistence as JPA. Only JPA. Like I see questions like entity manager and persistent unit. They are important if you use JPA, But are we even using JPA here? No, we are not. So why not speaking about persistent in general instead of discussing persistence with JPA? There are things outside of JPA there. You don't have to think about JPA as being the only way to implement persistence. Actually, I'm just proving you here that I'm implementing a modern application with records, with Spring data, and I'm not using Hibernate at all. You can see here that even in my logs, you see Hikaris was starting up, but that's the only thing it happens. So of course it founds my JDBC repositories, transforms them into implementations, but I'm not using JPA. So the question is, do we need to use JPA for our persistence layer? The answer is not necessarily. In some cases, JPA is not a good choice at all. I mean, if you, for example, work with a little bit more records in memory, you will see that using JPA might be more difficult to manage, because JPA already has its own context that is managed in a certain way. So it will be a little bit more difficult to customize what happens on those entities if you want that, rather than, for example, implementing it on your own without an ORM framework like a JPA implementation. So, for example, if you have a process that does something, you might end up considering Spring Data JDBC a better approach than a JPA implementation. Of course, in many cases, like for example, when you have a small web application with some pages, being able to directly update, persist everything, save them, delete them through the operations of the JPA context makes a lot of sense. And in that case, it's pretty obvious that having a JPA context and the JPA implementation to handle that, it's a more efficient approach. But I don't want you to get stuck with considering JPA is everything in Java, because it's not. We have plenty of approaches, even for SQL, where you can use that you can use to implement your persistence layer. And you always, my advice, you learn all of them at least from the top of the mountain, like the big picture, and then have all these options that you can choose from, because applications are different, and sometimes other approaches than JPA implementations are better. And yeah, now it should work. So if I'm calling my endpoint 200, okay. See, my computer is slow for some reason, but we just proved at least it worked fine. So I just create an endpoint, and you can clearly see that I communicate with my database, and I'm not even using JPA, okay? So I'm using a nicely clean Spring Data JDBC approach, fine native queries here on the query method, records to make sure that I don't need to add a different dependency such as Lombok. It's pretty easy to work with Java and the modern approach this way. So I've always seen transactional along with JPA. So you have seen it, yes, indeed, and even without JPA, because transactional, again, is not linked to JPA. Transactional is an annotation that comes from Spring. So let me put it here and show you. Do you see anything here like JPA? No, this is literally a Spring framework annotation. And what happens is that behind the scenes, this uses something that is called the Platform Transaction Manager to manage the transactions on the database, and it will manage them with or without you having JPA. You will have to use it with any kind of implementation, like in this case, in my case, even if I use Spring Data JDBC, I still, if I would have updates here, I would still need to use some transactional. So what I want you to understand is that transactional is not linked to JPA. It's a Spring annotation that's managing transactions on your persistence layer that can be implemented with or without JPA. You will still use transactional. Okay, and if you do that, you will see that what it tells us is that you can't use a record anymore. And the reason is, when you have something like this, transactional creates an aspect to manage the transaction as the start of the transaction, the commit, and the rollback. So in that case, if I really want to do that, then I don't have the chance to make use of my record anymore on the service level, because if I would do something like that, Spring wouldn't be able to create my aspect for transactionability. And in that case, I had to write a little bit more code, either that or use Lombok. So I can also, of course, why not use Lombok and generate the constructor. I would spare 3-4 lines of code if I would do that. So I want to say, let's assume we have 10 tables, and from entity perspective, each next table is having one-to-many with previous query. You will have billions of joins to get all the data you need. But you do know that it's better to have it that way rather than get all the data you need when you don't need it. So I do prefer to have those billions, as you call them, of joins, which are not really billions. It's just most likely in a real world scenario 3 to 4. And get them when I need them rather than get them out of the box. Anyway, collections in JPA, they are by default lazy, not eager. So it's preferably to have them lazy and not eager instead of doing that. Using DTO with query, it helps you when you don't want to change afterwards the records. And because when you use a DTO, which is literally very similar to an entity, but it's not an entity, it won't be added to the context. So you create a query and that one is not added to the context. And we can try it just after this example, why not? Because we have a lot of time to do that. The advantage is that you will know for sure then that there will be no other operations that the ORM will do over those DTOs. And because of that, it's less likely that you make mistakes that will end up with having a less performance application, because you allow your JPA implementation to do some operations that are not necessarily. With record, we don't need transaction annotation. No, you need it. I mean, transaction is not related to the record. It is the other way around. If you need transactional annotation, you can't use a record. But you can't say that with record you don't need a transactional annotation. Transactional is something you choose if you want the transaction. If you don't put transaction, you don't have a transaction, whether you have or not record. So please don't understand it wrong. Okay? Don't understand it the other way around. You can make your service a record if you don't need to use transactional. Like in my case here, I didn't need to use transactional because I only had a method which only queried the database. I wasn't changing anything, and I didn't have multiple operations that I wanted to be atomic. But if I do have at least one case and I do have to use transactional, then I cannot use a record anymore, because records, as I told you earlier, by default are final, And if I would try to use transactional with a record, Spring will not be able to augment my record and create the transactionability aspect around it. So then I necessarily need to use a class in that case. I hope that's more clear now. Yes, JPA is, first of all, JPA is a specification. Let's make sure everyone understands. JPA is a specification. It has multiple implementations. Hibernate is one of the implementations of this specification. Hibernate or Eclipse Link or other implementations of the JPA specification use JDBC at some point in their implementation. But what they do is implement some logic and in this way allowing you to write less code in some situations. So you don't have to write some of the operations yourself, they come out of the box from the framework. But JPA is the specification, Hibernate is the implementation, and somewhere behind the scenes it uses JDBC. Can Java B records be used as entities? No, they cannot be used as entities because first of all they cannot be extended, secondly they don't have a no-args constructor, and thirdly they are immutable and JPA implementations assume mutability. Okay, so let's try now to make a comparison, because I think things will not become more clear if we don't make a comparison. So let's try to implement the same thing with a Spring Data JPA and make a comparison between them. So you see here I used Spring Data JDBC and I don't have any entities. You can see I could use a record. You don't see any entity annotation. And you see the ID here is an annotation from Spring Framework. You will also see that I extended CRUD repository here and that I'm using directly the native query. So let's see what happens in case you'd like to implement something similar with JPA. So let's create a separate project and then make the comparison between the two, the JDBC versus the JPA implementation. So JM2022 June E3 will be in my case, still using Java 17, still implementing a web application, but this time I'm using Spring Data JPA, okay? And because I'm using Spring Data JPA, I'm still using my SQL driver. By the way, there was a question earlier I saw. Hope I didn't miss a lot of questions, but someone was asking if MySQL is better than Postgres. I don't even know. I don't think I can say that. I'm honestly not an expert with databases, so I don't want to assume that I've ever really tested to tell you which one is better, Postgres or MySQL. But MySQL is very, very nice. Like you can use it very, very quickly in all the examples and demonstrations. And since anyway Java is the same whether you use MySQL or Postgres, from our perspective it doesn't even matter, does it? So I really need to use Lombok now, because if I don't use Lombok for entities, you will see it's not possible to use records. It's not possible because again they are not mutable, they are immutable. They are final, they don't have a no-args constructor, so we can't use records for entities, for JPA entities. So for that reason we really need to use Lombok now and use it to write less code when we generate getters and setters. And yes, we will have setters now because we discuss JPA and entities are mutable, so they will have setters, unlike records where we don't have setters because records are immutable. Okay. Have to wait a few seconds for my indexing to finish. And I will show you, however, where you can use records with JPA. So it's that DTO I was telling you about. So I'm going to show you that in this example. So first purpose is compare the JPA implementation with Spring JDBC. Then second one is show you where to use records, because again, today it's Java Marathon day, so I want to focus on Java features rather than Spring stuff or JPA stuff. Or I know that's interesting as well. We had a Spring Marathon day, we will have some more, but I want in this marathon to closely look at Java features more rather than Spring stuff, which is just one of the frameworks we use in Java. So see entities, and I called it entities because now it's really entities. So in the earlier project I was calling it model, but now I just call it entities because that's how we usually call them with JPA. And now they are entities since I'm using Spring Data JPA, as you can see from my POM XML file. Okay. Now I'm going to write my product entity, and see this one needs to be non-final. It needs to be annotated with entity, which is not from a it's not a Spring annotation. It's not a Spring type. Okay, it's a Java X persistence type. Then we need to have an ID. And when I use the ID again, make a comparison, is the ID out of the JPA specification, as you can clearly see now. If you compare it to the previous project, where the ID annotation was a Spring annotation. So make sure you don't make a confusion here, because in this project we didn't use JPA. Now we are using JPA. So even though the annotations might look similar, they are different annotations. And of course, now I do have to create getters and setters, but I don't have a better option than using Lombok for that. And yeah, sometimes I do use, if I have more than one, I do use the builder class. What does it tell me here? I need also the no-args constructor in that case. So you can do whatever. You can even have a builder if you want. You can have getters and setters. Of course, the no-args constructor is mandatory. You need that. You can have the all-args constructor if you want as well. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. The idea is that the JPA entity needs to be non-final. The attributes need to be non-final as well. So somehow Lombok remains the most comfortable way to create the getters and setters and make the class small enough. So now I'm going to say repositories again, and I will create an interface, product repository. And I can still, if I want, extend CRUD repository, so that still makes sense. Extends CRUD repository. But if I'm using JPA, it usually makes more sense to use JPA repository, which is a particular type coming specifically from the Spring Data JPA, and that comes with the JPA methods more applicable, like it directly, for example, creates a collection for you when you get the data and stuff like that instead of an iterable. They are a little bit more comfortable to use, so can do something like product and integer. And then the stuff is the same when you want to like write a method and find by name. Public's not needed because we're in an interface. Product, and then you say find all by name. And yeah, it applies the same, so it means you can avoid writing the query, but as usual I'm writing the query. And again, text blocks help me a lot. Then I have to be careful because in this case I'm not writing a native query anymore. I'm writing a JPQL, so I have to write correctly the syntax of JPQL since I'm using a JPA implementation, and by default it will be Hibernate because that's what Spring Boot considers as convention. But you need to make sure you understand that when we use Spring Data JPA, we need to use the proper JPQL. And yes, there is a parameter here called native query. You can put native query true and write a native query instead of the JPQL, but never do that. So it's not a best practice to use native queries with a JPA implementation. When we use JPA, do use everything through JPA. If you skip the JPA, then you might end up with problems with the context not containing everything you expect. You might end up with a project containing both native and not native query, which is not clean. My rule of thumb is when I use JPA, I always only use JPQL queries, not native queries. There are very few things you can't do without a native query. So for example, there is no such thing as a union in JPA. Some syntaxes might be directly related to the technology you use, but there are very rare cases where you can't do that. And even if I have something like that, I prefer to think about an alternative, like for example putting that in a view on a database and selecting from the view so that I have the native only at the database level, and on the application level I'm only using the JPA stuff. And you can see again how well it goes with the new text blocks in Java, because again I can clearly see and read, so it's much cleaner. And again, it's even better when you have a large query. That's what happens in a real world scenario where you have queries of 10, 15, 20, 30 lines then you can clearly read them, easily read them without having all the codes and the plus operators and stuff like that. Again, you can see that we don't need to use the repository annotation. So remember, stereotype annotations don't make sense on interfaces. And now I'm basically going to do the same thing. So services, I can even copy, so it's just to prove you. I don't have to rewrite them. So the service and the controller are literally the same. And then I will show you something interesting about profiling. So product repository, product. Okay. Looks good. And then controllers. Product. Okay, so that's how it looks like. Yeah, same thing. And I can prove, of course, I still need to define the application properties so that my app knows where to connect. But it's the same functionality, so we ended up with the same functionality basically. So that's what we clearly did. And yes, we couldn't use records. We can still have both Lombok and records. Like for example, I'm still using records for the controller because I don't need it to be aspected, so I can make it cleaner this way. Seems that I did something wrong here, but I'm not sure exactly what. So it says constructor product class cannot be applied to given types. No arguments. What did I do here? Strange, because I have the noargs constructor here. Maybe I shouldn't have used the builder together with it. Although I think it should actually work, both of them. I've seen them. Or it's simply a problem of build from my IntelliJ. It doesn't really matter. Let's see. Okay, database configured. We should somewhere here see that we use Hibernate behind the scenes. So in the previous logs, you saw that we were not using Hibernate. Now we are using, because that's what we are demonstrating here. And then you can just try it and see the same thing in Postman. So the collection of what we have there. The idea is, again, simple. So to compare the two projects, you see the differences. I can't use a record here. I can still use records if I want in my project. I can put it together with Lombok, but I will never have Lombok annotations over records because it doesn't make sense. But I can have, for example, some classes where I need to use Lombok and some others where I don't. Like, for example, in the service here, even here I could have like avoided to write the constructor and prefer using Olaf's constructor instead. So I can still have benefits from both Lombok and using records where needed, but I cannot have entities as records. What I can have, however, if I want, is, and I do that sometimes, I can retrieve in the JPQL values as directly DTOs, helping me avoid to put the objects in the JPA context. So if I want something like that, I want to retrieve the data from the database, but I don't want to put it in the JPA context. Say I have a lot of records and I only want to take them. I don't want to update them afterwards. Then it's more efficient to put them in DTOs and extract them as DTOs rather than extract them as entities. To be more clear, what you can see is that here I extracted directly the entity. So when I write select P from product P, it ends up in a list of product, which product here is an entity. So you can see it's an entity. But what I can do something like DTO. So let's just assume I create, instead of product, I will create a product DTO. I will make it a record. And then I say int ID string name. It can stay like this. And one thing I can do if I want, I think we can even leave both methods just to have them all DTO by name. And then I say product DTO. And then I have to say here new entities DTO product DTO, I think was the name. Isn't it entities? Oh, sorry, it's actually, oh, sorry, yeah, it's a big one. Com example if the entities, now it's entities, now it should be fine. Okay, now it's better. So you can write something like this if you want. So you can extract a DTO out of the JPQL. And the difference is when you do something like this, when you extract it like this, these objects will not end up in the Hibernate context. So if you change something on them and you are in a transactional use case, the change will not happen. Moreover, there will be no Hibernate operation acting on them. So I do this kind of stuff if I have a JPA persistence layer, but I want somehow to retrieve more instances and I only want to process them. I don't want to put it back. Then I do extract them as DTOs rather than extract them as entities. So there is a big difference between these two methods. Even though they extract the same values, this one puts the extracted values in the in the JPA context and the other one doesn't. So this one adds the how do I say, extracted or grabbed or fetched, better. This one adds the fetched objects in the Hibernate context, while this one does not add the fetch objects in the Hibernate context, because Hibernate or the JPA implementation you use knows what the entities are, but it doesn't know what the DTOs are. They are not annotated, they are not some, anyhow, they are just some POJOs in the end, they are just some plain old Java objects. So this is the difference. So you might want to use this approach if you only fetch and if you only fetch and you don't want to change back, then you can fetch them as DTOs and avoid having them validated and processed further by the Hibernate context. Yes, you can use that in a real project. So let me again take a look through the questions, because I've seen there are a lot of questions flowing, but I wanted to finish my example, and I'm going to look now again in the questions and take them one by one. So can we look at Spring Data REST and events later? We can if you really want. I was thinking more about sticking to Java today rather than going to Spring. Maybe I can create a Spring Marathon later for all these questions. But yeah, in the end, it's not a big deal. Spring Data REST, what Spring Data REST is just a way to expose some controllers and endpoints directly on the operations on the database. To be honest with you, I didn't see Spring Data REST a lot used in practice, because usually you don't only have to work with the data in the database. Sometimes, in most cases, you actually have use cases processing them somehow. What are the differences between instance of and get class? Is one runtime the other combined? This is a good question actually. Let me note it down. So I have a sticky here to put it just after. So difference between get class and instance of. So this is the next one to make an example on. Come on. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can. Okay, cool. And then early in the stream, you mentioned we will configure to see the SQL queries in the logs. Very good question. That's what we are actually doing now. So let's do like this. Let's put this on 2 and say 1. See the queries for JPA and JDBC. So options to see the queries for JPA and JDBC. Okay. And then methods just using Difference between static factory methods and just using constructor. Well, it's more comfortable, but yes, we can discuss that as well. So of factory methods. And then we have performance will be better in case of native query. Yes, definitely, because you will first of all skip the interpretation of the JPQL. So in the end, the native query is directly the language understood by the database, by the DBMS actually behind the scenes. But the idea is that if you want to use native queries and you don't want to go through the ORM framework, then use Spring Data JDBC. Don't use Spring Data JPA, but put native queries. So that's what you should avoid. It's managing the. Does your product have a no args? Yes, it had. I changed it. Okay. Yeah, it has actually. So product has a no args constructor, doesn't it have? So if you don't create a constructor by default, the default constructor is no args, so it works. So in Java, for those of you who are not aware, if you don't define a constructor, by default you have a default constructor that is no args. That's why I didn't have to do anything special here. It already has the no args constructor by the language definition. Query second scenario is really great. Okay, yes indeed. Any downside? Downside you mean for this method, I guess. Well, if you use this method, then you have to make sure that you understand this object will not go in the Hibernate context. So it's not a downside, but it's a big difference. Meaning that if you take them this way and then you update something on that, say that's why we actually made them records here, and that's why I advise you make records, the DTOs, so you understand that it doesn't make sense to change them, because it's only a picture of what you retrieved. Because if you would not make this as a record but as a class and you leave this mutable, then it doesn't anyway make sense, because if you mute them, if you change them, they will not be reflected in the database. That would happen for this, because the JPA implementation then mirrors the context to the database. That's how it works. That's how JPA works. While in this case, it doesn't happen. So that's not a downside. It's just a different use case. When you use this, whether instead of this, you use this kind of approach when you just retrieve data and you don't expect to modify it in the database. You just retrieve it to report it somehow, or to use it, to process it and then report it somehow, but you don't expect to put something back in the database. If you do expect to put something back in the database, then the first approach is of course the one you need to use. So it's not a downside, but a different use case where you use it. Can you talk about reactive Java, such as a project reactor in Spring Boot? I can. Let's see if you have time. We have time for that as well. An agenda for today, I put something in the description, Georgia, but I'm not necessarily want to follow like an exact set of points. I mostly want to first of all answer your questions, then share my opinions, and then show things that I like. So I put some points as an agenda in the video description, but again, purpose is I'm now live, and I do this event live because I don't want it to be like a course. I want to answer your questions as much as possible. Can the same DTO work with Spring Data JDBC? No, I mean in Spring Data JDBC we already use like it's already the class, it's a record, isn't it? So you don't need to have a syntax anymore. Anyway, you couldn't, because here, remember, in Spring Data JDBC, we use native queries. So this is native query. So it means it should be exactly how your DBMS, database management system, understands it. So you can't use that syntax here because that syntax won't be understood by your DBMS. And you anyway don't need scenes. Again, with Spring Data JDBC, you anyway already make it a record. So it doesn't make sense anymore to have something like DTO. While here, yes, here it's a syntax, a JPQL. It's interpreted by Hibernate behind the scenes, which is my my JPA implementation, and then you can have the approach of either using extracting the entity or extracting just a projection of the data in an immutable object, which will not end up in the Hibernate context, but is more fast in some cases where you do only report. Thanks for your appreciations, and in these scenarios it seems like there is no reason not to use DTOs and records. You don't alter anything, just return data. Exactly. So that's exactly what I wanted to mean. If you only read the data, then reading them as DTOs, as projections, then makes a lot of sense. First of all, now you can use records with the latest Java features. Second, which makes your code cleaner. Secondly, is more performant. So I would do that. Cool. So that's basically it. Now I will take my sticky notes. So my sticky notes say C queries for JPA. I love this subject. So I chose this as a first subject because I already have the projects here. So let me do like this. I'm going to show you what I'm using for that. First, let me say Visual VM in my browser. If you search for Visual VM, oh come on, it's so slow. My computer is so slow today. I don't understand why. You can see it here. So this is Visual VM. This is not the only profiling tool exists on the market. So you have the possibility to use how was the emission control, for example. You have the chance to use JProfiler, which costs a lot of money but works very well. Depending on, I'm using JProfiler usually only if the company provides me the license. Otherwise, of course, I wouldn't pay for that. But let me tell you a secret. Visual VM, it's what I found in literally all the cases I needed. It's basically literally in all the cases I need. I don't remember there was a case where using Visual VM didn't help me, and it's free. And it works now as a standalone, or it works over GraalVM, which is the native virtual machine. And it works for version 8 plus, which is today's. I didn't have to work with a project with a version lower than 8 for like more than 10 years, I guess. So for me, it's more than enough. So I don't want to say that Visual VM is the best, or any tool that I'm using at the moment is the best, but I can tell you that for me it worked pretty well, and it's free, and that's basically it's everything you need if you need to investigate some execution. So I already had one on my computer. You of course, if you want, you can download the standalone version. Just take the latest depending on your operating system and unpack it. But I will have to search for the one I already installed, hopefully, so I don't lose a lot of time installing it again. And then I'm now starting it, but what I wanted to show you actually, so when you install Visual VM, you actually don't install it, you actually just unarchive it, if I remember correctly. It might not find your JDK installation, so if it doesn't, remember to go to this folder etc visual VM conf, And somewhere at the bottom of this file, you can manually provide the location to your JDK. So somewhere at the bottom here. So you might want to uncomment this one like I did here and specify precisely where your JDK is. Otherwise, Visual VM will not work. So what happens here is that now I found, you can see, I opened it. And this is a very, very nice tool. In the left side, you have all your Java processes running. You can investigate a remote process, but that implies some network configurations as well. So you can't always do remote profiling, but for your local installation, it's always okay. And what I'm going to do here, I'm usually using my Mac. I'm not sure why I chose today to not use my Mac, but I'm usually using my Mac for that. To answer your question. Well, if I'm double clicking it, now you will see some of the stuff here, including the sampler and the profiler. Now I'm already seeing this doesn't look okay. And the reason it doesn't look okay is because in some cases, I found out that you need to specify a property when starting the application to be able to properly monitor your app. And to be honest with you, I always forget the name of this property. Fortunately, I put it straight into one of the chapters of my next books. I'm going to find it now. Sometimes I'm reading my books to find out stuff that I forgot, and this will be one of the cases. And if I remember correctly, chapter 6 on how to read Java, which is the next book I'm going to publish, which is about troubleshooting and contains also stuff about working with Visual VM, will tell us about this property. 1 second. So this is my chapter 6. Blah 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 blah. And okay, I'm telling you here how to set up the JDK. And then this is the property. Sometimes you need this property at startup to look correctly. So you will see that I'm copying this property. You see only 4 tabs here, but you will see more basically when I'm restarting the app with this property. So let me do that for you to show you. Did configurations, environment, I guess, VM options, and I'm copying this property right the way I took it from the book. Okay, perfect. So that's it. And then I say apply. Okay. And I'm going to start this again. I don't think I need the chapter anymore. The rest of the things I'm gonna tell you I know by heart already, so that should be enough for me. It's not like early peak. I already have it published. If I remember, this chapter is published already. Let me see. Anyway, all the chapters I already wrote them, so now it's in review, the last review, the book, and it will then enter production. So hopefully somewhere at the end of the summer we will have it published. But for the moment they only released. Oh come on, it's so slow. Should have seen it here. I think it's chapter 6 or 7 is the last one. Okay, 7 is the last one released. See. So next one will be 8 with advanced visualization tools and then multi-threading. Cool. Okay, I want to see your comments. I'm going back, and I'm going back to Visual VM, and I'm going to again double click the process. You see here we have 5 threads, 5 tabs instead of 4. So that's why I did a property, and this is the threads tab that was missing. where you can visually monitor the threads in your application. You can see here how many threads are actually acting now in my application. But what I wanted to show you is not about threads, not right now. Later maybe we discuss threads as well. You asked me how you monitor the queries in your JPA application or in your application in general. It doesn't matter. What I'm showing you here is not related to JPA necessarily. It's any kind of connection you have to your database, whether it's JDBC, JPA implementation, iBatis, whatever you have there. You can profile the queries that your application send to the DBMS using Visual VM. And it's true, you can also choose to print them in the logs. But trust me that in a real-world application, printing the queries in the logs makes stuff very difficult to observe. Not to say that when you get the logs, you will not get them with the parameters as well. The parameters will be printed separately. So you then have to find the queries. Sometimes there are 1,000 queries there in the logs. Very difficult to monitor them, take them, put the parameters and so on and so forth. What I usually do to monitor the queries that are sent by my application, I'm using the profiler. So I'm pressing this JDBC button here in Visual VM, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call that endpoint. So I'm running. Yes, I'm gonna paste it in just 1 second. So I'm running, and this is it. So yes, 1 second. I'm pasting it now. For those of you who want to try it. So what you can see here, there are 2 things, or even 3 things that you can see here. Is that first of all, this is the query. Yes, it's ugly, but this is exactly the query that was built by Hibernate behind the scenes. So this is exactly the string that was sent to the DBMS. That's the same thing you would have seen if you would printed it in the logs. But now what I can do is I can say view queries, and I can just copy it this way. So I'm just simply copying it, going to this, and then run it. And of course, in my case, I don't have the database configured as a default, so I have to put it manually, but you got the idea, so it's much easier. So much easier, just have to copy the query. It was intercepted, and it tells me many things. First of all, how long did the application take to run the query? It's only 41.9 milliseconds, so nothing to be worried about in this case. But imagine I would have had a performance problem. It's very often that performance problems are caused by long-running queries. Long-running for different reasons. Either they are not correctly written, or your database missing an index, you forgot to add a primary key somewhere. Many reasons can cause different query run slow, and that causes performance problems, and that's something you want to, of course, correct. And what I was telling you earlier at the beginning of the stream is that you don't have exact solutions for all the performance problems. Like, I can't tell you now. If you tell me I have a query that's running slow, I can't give you a solution. I can't tell you what's your solution, because there are a million of reasons why a query can be slow. But I can tell you, I can teach you how to identify the query, and then you can just run it yourself on the database, get an explain plan, investigate the explain plan, see what's not going right in there. So what you need is not solutions to problems, because there are so many problems that you wouldn't be able to learn all the possible solutions for them. But if you have the means to identify the root causes of the problems, then that's basically what you need as a starting point, and then you think about how to solve it once you know exactly what your problem is. That's mainly the reason why I'm writing my latest book. So the reason I'm writing How to Read Java, which hopefully will be renamed into Troubleshooting Java Apps later. But the idea of the book is I see in many cases developers lose a lot of time because they don't know their ways to investigate a problem. Because it's always important to identify the root cause of a problem before thinking about the solutions. If you know all the solutions in the world, but you don't know what is your problem, then you will not be able to solve it. So that's why these techniques are very important, like the one I'm showing you here. So you see if the query itself, you can copy it. You see if the query takes a long time, and you see how many times was the query sent to the database. What if I would have seen here I have 1,000 invocations? I knew probably something wrong's happening in there. Because if I run my use case and I see 1,000 invocation of the same queries, clearly it's something that I don't need to do. It's clearly that I can cache somehow, so I don't have to literally send the same query 1,000 times or 100 times, even 100 is a big number, to a database. I might have that so-called N+1 query problem if I have something like this. And this is not only a tool and a technique that I'm using for investigations here. This is a technique I'm sometimes using to monitor how developers in my team implement. And I'm even teaching them to use the tool. I'm telling them when you finish an implementation, open Visual VM, profile the CPU and the JDBC, and you will just find out if something is going wrong in 5 minutes. And it takes you 5 minutes to identify if you have long-running methods that execute too many times, queries that are sent to the database too many times, queries that take too long to be executed. And once you found them, the tool is even better than this. It also shows you who actually sent the query. And if you click the expand button here, you will literally see the entire execution stack trace telling you somewhere where from your code base the method was called. So you see that in my case, I identified precisely that this execution came from the find products method in the product service class, which further called a method called find by name, which generated the query behind the scenes throughout Spring Data and then at some point Hibernate. So it's incredibly useful having this, because in a real world, not only that I identified the problem, but I also identified where the problem came from. So it points me directly to here you should look, here is the problem coming from, solve it. It's nothing more that you need. Once you know exactly where the problem comes from, you know everything that you need to solve it. So that's how I read. And I can prove you. So let me stop this. I proved you that you can intercept the Hibernate queries. I can prove you that I can intercept also queries when I don't use Hibernate. So let me close the second application, which is the one using Hibernate. And let me start the second one. I'm going to start the second one, okay? And the second one didn't use it. It used Spring Data JDBC. So let me see if I can do the same thing with Spring Data JDBC. I have to add here also that property. Sorry, I forgot about it. Okay, close it. Let me do it like this. Copy. And paste. Okay, and now I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to Visual VM. This should be my app. Starting it, profiler, JDBC, then I'm calling the endpoint. You observe that when I'm calling the endpoint with the profiler attached, it takes a lot more to execute. That's something expected, and I will tell you one tip about that. Is whenever you are profiling, now it's just an application, I didn't do that, you should preferably restrict the exact packages you want to intercept. So don't try to profile the whole code base. What I'm usually doing is I'm sampling first to identify where the problem comes from, and then restrict as much as possible so that I don't have to intercept the whole app, because the bigger the app is, the longer it might take. So you see, now I see exactly, this is exactly the query I wrote on my query annotation. See? Because using Spring Data JDBC, it's using native queries, so that's why I wrote the native query there. So exactly the query I wrote will end up being here. So I can do the same thing. I can view the query and I can see where it comes from. Okay? Very easy. Here it is. Find all products, find products. So with these tools, that's my favorite way to identify the queries, and I usually, there are attributes, I don't know them by heart, but there are application properties you can add to print the logs. But I always found more difficult printing the logs than intercepting them this way, because this way I in one place have everything I need. I have the stack trace, I have the total time, I have the number of invocations, I have the query, I can copy the query together with its parameters. It's absolutely amazing. So that's point one that you asked me. So queries for JPA and JDBC. This is about queries for JPA and JDBC. Can you show us a live example of what you do? Yes, it's exactly what I already showed you. So what I'm doing, you mean to not profile the whole app. So what I'm doing, yeah, I can show you. So let me show you. I'm just going to sampler first. And what you will see is that sampling, so let me just start from the beginning. Sampling, it's a lot less consuming. So I'm going to say CPU, and then somehow I try to reproduce my problem or whatever I investigate, and you see it's instantaneous. So sampling takes a lot less resources. Then what I do is I find throughout the queries actually who executed that query, and should be somewhere here. Strange. Anyway, so let me try this, because sometimes Visual VM make some caches or stuff like that, and then I have to restart it to see it precisely. So I'm going to try again. I'm sampling, I identify the package, and then I start the profiling exactly as I showed you. Where was it? Visual VM bin. Okay, and I can see it again now. Let me see if I can now see in the sampler. So I'm going to sample, and then I'm going to say send, and that theoretically, well, I'm not sure, something is wrong with my Visual VM now, but in the sampling I should actually see, I'm not sure why I'm not seeing it now. Let me see if something changes when I put, oh sorry, like that, not this one. So let me try to trigger it and monitor it at the same time, because I'm not sure what happens. So I'm doing that. Very strange. It literally looks like it's not intercepting my calls for some reason. But I'm pretty sure this is a problem with my my setup here, because normally what happens is that I would basically see another thread popping up here, and then I would see the stack trace, complete stack trace of what's happening. And then what I'm doing is going to the profile, and then I'm restricting this. Instead of saying I'm going to see all, I'm not sure, I'm just saying I'm going to see all from repositories or from services. See, I'm just service star. Or I can even restrict to a specific class if I want. So if I can restrict to a specific class, I can just go and restrict to a specific class. So in my case, the name of the package was services. You have to be very careful, because if you don't write it correctly, then you will not see anything. But the idea is, so restrict it as much as possible. Make your profiler only intercept as small number of classes as possible. See, so it's still now intercepting it, but now it's much faster because it's only intercepting from one class. And that makes not a big deal, for example, for this theoretical example, because you anyway have only 4 or 5 classes, but in a real world app where you have like 1,000 classes, it's a big deal. That's the idea. Well, I don't have, of course, a real app here with 1,000 classes to show you that, but you can trust me that it makes a big difference. Let me read again some of your questions. So, where did I, okay, reactive agenda, I put it there, DTO, I'm so much, okay, I'm happy that I see this kind of comments. Thank you very much, guys. How much you earn? How much do I earn? You would be surprised. I earn not as much as many of the people watching me think I earn. And my books, so you can see, for example, the whole money I got for this book, which is my first book, Spring Security in Action, which is basically one very appreciated one. I donated them, so I donated, I didn't earn that much, so a bit over, I think, $10,000, but they all went for educational purposes, and that's most of the things I'm doing with my money. So the reason I'm delivering free lessons is because I don't really care that much for the money, even though I'm not having my yacht, at least yet, in front of my apartment. So what happened to the MacBook? So it's somewhere here, I'm not sure exactly where. I think someone else in the other room is watching Netflix on it. I couldn't use it, sorry for that. Next time maybe I will use my MacBook and it will work much better. So Java Flight Recorders. Java Flight Recorder is a tool I've used, but not that often. However, from what I remember, it actually has the same features as Visual VM. I can't tell you exactly why I ended up using mostly Visual VM, but my feeling is it's because in the first JDK releases, up to 8 or something, it was part of the JDK. So it came with the JDK. After Java 8, it didn't come with the JDK anymore, but because of that, I somehow started using JVisual VM, and because it was always more than enough for what I needed, I didn't quit using it. That's basically my story. Now I can't say this is the best. That's what I started with. I can't say this is the best tool ever. So you should definitely try others, and please let us know if you have found a tool that's even better than Visual VM. Let others know, because it makes sense. But for me, because it was just enough, I didn't quit using it. Okay, start the project reactor. Yes, we will. Early pickoff. I've never heard of Visual VM. Well, you did here today, so okay. I'm happy that and I really hope that it will help you as much as it helped me. Victor showed how to use JMC, I think is mission control, Java mission control. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's working with that one more than Visual VM, but again, Java mission control is a good tool, so I don't want to imply anyhow that Visual VM might be better, because I didn't even had the chance to make a comparison. JDBC took double time compared to Spring to data JPA. Well, I wouldn't make that. That's a good point. So because you see now it only took me 2 milliseconds the second time I made the test. You preferably don't look into timings like at the millisecond level when you use the profiler, because it might look like it's slower or faster because of the profiling itself. So what I do is see if it's something at seconds level. If I have a query taking some seconds, that's already not because of the profiling anymore. But don't try to make comparison like millisecond level comparison between queries when you use profiling, because the profiling itself is anyway interfering a lot. So you might end up making wrong conclusions. So if you want to make to see which approach is best, the JPA or the JDBC, best is you log it, like you literally put some logs instead of having a tool intercepting, because then you will not see exactly what's happening, and if the time is longer because of the profiler or because of the query itself. Does anyone know if companies have realistically pulled away from Java 8? Yes. In my case, I'm using 17, so that's what I was starting with. I'm designing the projects I'm consulting. I always pull for the latest versions. And when I start something from zero, I teach my developers to upgrade every few months at least. So I don't teach them like when the next version appears, immediately put it there, because it would spend a lot of time, even upgrading from version 2.7.0 Spring Boot to 2.7.1, it takes some time and you have to test. So I don't want to literally spend that time for each and every version, but I do advise when the developers I'm consulting, the teams I'm consulting, when they start a new project, I advise them every few months, go to the next version. When another long-term supported version appears, upgrade to that one. So keep your dependencies upgraded. And when I'm consulting projects that are old, I'm still advising them and try to advise them to upgrade. Yes, they don't always listen, I know that, but it's like, imagine if I were a doctor and I had a patient and I were telling them, well, you shouldn't drink Coke anymore or sodas because you have problems with your heart, and they continue doing that. It's not my fault. So that's the idea. So I'm not upset anyhow if they don't want to apply the things I'm telling them. It's just like I'm acting as a doctor, telling them what they should do, and then it's their problem and their responsibility on if they will lose or not money later because of not doing what I'm telling them. Is it possible to write test case for measuring performance of functions? Why not? Yes, in the end, that's what I was saying. I would prefer to write a unit test that's calling a method and measuring the time rather than using the profiling tool for that, because the test itself, the code running. But make sure that when you write that test, you are not mocking anything. Because if you are writing a test but you are using mocks, then you will maybe in that case only measure the performance of a specific algorithm, the algorithm of the unit you are testing. But if you want to test the queries, then you have to make sure that that integration test you are writing, it's even going up to the database directly. So make sure you write the test properly depending on what you want to compare. That's the point to be considered. Okay, what is your internal drives to do all these efforts to teach others? Well, I can't say I know why. Exactly what I think in our domain, it's one of the things that help each other do that. So first of all, it does help me as well, isn't it? Learn more things. When I do that, I'm teaching myself as well. And secondly, if we all do it a little bit like this, we would basically grow a lot. Cool. So now what was the second point? I had some points here. Difference between get class and instance of. For this one, I will start a new project. So let me start a new project. Okay. And just have, say, a class inheriting another would be enough for me. 2022 June 4. And the only thing I need is a class inheriting another. So let's just say we have class animal, and then we can say that cat extends animal. A very theoretical example. Cat. And now I'm creating a main. I'm going to say cat C new cat, animal A new animal. And then I'm going to print the get class A1 get class, and then I'm going to say boolean C1 instance of cat, B2 C1 instance of animal, A1 instance of cat, A1 instance of animal. So I think with this we will conclude exactly what's the difference between get class and instance of. So what you will see is that this class, this will show you that cat is something like cat class. And this will show you that animal is something like animal class. So when you make a comparison, such as, for example, C1 get class with A1 get class, this will always give you false because they are different classes. So only if you get the class and you compare the class of two literally cat instances, they will tell you that they are the same. If I have C1 and C2, and I say boolean C1 get class equals C2 get class, this will be true. But if I say boolean B6 C1 get class equals A1 get class, this is animal and this is cat, so this should be false. However, when we use the instance of C1, which is a cat, instance of cat is of course true, but same as C1 instance of animal is true, because cat by extending animal is also an animal, because the inheritance is what we call an either relationship. This doesn't work for the classes, because here you literally compare the classes, and of course they are different. But in case of instance of, because the cat is an animal, instance of will tell you that cat is an animal. So then of course A1 is not a cat, because not every animal is a cat. Although all cats are animals, not all animals are cats. Obviously animals can be dogs as well. So this is false. But animal will of course be any animal, and of course any thing which will be instance of object in Java will be true, because everything is an object in Java. So B4, 5 and 6. And you can of course run and see the difference. I did work with product-based companies. Yes, I actually, my first job was in a product-based company, but I don't think it makes a lot of a difference, because now I'm a consultant. So I'm a consultant for, in most cases, for product-based companies, even though I don't work directly for them. So I'm still consulting products in the end. I'm offering services, but I'm consulting products. So you see, again, this is cat and this is animal, so that's basically what we expected. And you can see indeed that B1 and B2, they are true, because the cat is the C1 is cat, and it's also an animal, because every cat is an animal. You see indeed that not every animal is a cat, so instance of give us a false here, but every animal is an animal, so A1 instance of animal tells us it's true. However, when you compare classes, only if the two are really instances of cat will have the same class, so this one will be equal with that one, so it's true. If you compare C1 with A1, for example, that will not work, so it will be a false, because cat and animal are two different classes, so you simply compare two different blueprints. So when you say get class, you get a blueprint, so you compare the blueprint one with another. But instance of is more about the objects and the relationships between the objects, so the prototype that you have described with the class. So that's the difference between using get class and using instance of. So that's why, because I know where the question came from. The question came from this equals that I overridden using IntelliJ, and maybe the question was, why would we use get class here instead of instance of? Because in that case, what this line does, and why it's different, is because it simply treats precisely the type. So in case here it would be like cat, if I would have used instance of cat, instance of animal would be true, which we don't want. Here we really want to say it's an object created with precisely the same type. So that's what the author of this line of code wanted to do. Actually, it didn't want this to be true for animal also in case of the cat. It really wanted to be equal only if the type really is cat and nothing else. So that's basically the difference between using this and using instance of. If I would have used instance of, then instance of would have been true also for animal, not only for cat. And the author of that line of code wanted precisely to be for the same type for cat. Yeah, that's basically it. And we had the third question, the factory methods. Okay, well, factory methods. So why do we use factory methods? I only use factory methods usually as a convenience. Let me show you basically what factory methods I'm using generally. And I will create a separate project just to make sure I don't make them too complex otherwise. June E4, E5 actually. and the main class. So I'm using list of, which is pretty convenient for me usually to create an immutable list. Previously to list of, I would have used arrays as list. Which mostly does the same thing, but since now we could have static methods in interfaces, taking them directly from the interface list I find it more comfortable than having to use an utilitary class, which is arrays in our case. Then now you have the possibility to do that with sets as well. With maps as well. And this is mostly where I use that. So let's even use the generic type. Would be even better if we also add our generic type here. Okay. For streams, so it's stream string stream of. Or if I want to create an empty stream, I use the empty method. And of course, optional. So I like to use optional a lot where I need it. And yeah, you can define a not empty optional, or you can simply use the off method. In a lot of cases, this kind of factory methods are much more comfortable to use in unit and integration tests rather than using the constructor. So could you use the constructor instead? Yes, you can do that in most cases where you don't have a restriction from the access point of view. But it's more convenient, and wherever they can be also implied, you can also just remove part of it. So for example, you can static import stream here instead of writing stream empty and stuff like that. Do you use lead code? No, I don't even know what that is, so I don't know. Can you explain a bit about why in Lambda function we can only refer variables which are final, effectively final? Yes, I can do that. That will be the next thing I do. Doesn't the default equals break solid, and that's why the equals in one is one that I saw in a book? King, I'm not sure exactly. Maybe you want to specify a bit more which of the solid principles, because solid is a list of 5 principles. It's single responsibility, open, close, list cove, interface segregation, and dependency inversion. So which of these principles do you actually think equals breaks the default equals? I'm not sure how to answer the question because I'm not sure if I understood the question. So maybe we can work a bit on that. Where we should override equals and hashcode methods in entities, JPA classes, for example. So wherever you need to express equality between instances, you need to override equals and hashcode. If you don't need to treat anyhow the difference between instances, then you may omit overriding equals and hashcode. So the question is, where and how exactly do you use the object? For example, entities in JPA classes. Most likely, yes, you will have to define what equalness is in entities and classes that map table on the databases. But that's because you will likely use further putting them in sets or in collections and making the difference between. Even in case of entities, JPA entities, is important to have the equals and hashcode defined because the JPA context behind the scenes uses that. So yes, in JPA entity classes, I would say is a must to specify what equalness means between the instances by overriding correctly equals and hashcode. When you create a list like this, you cannot change the list, but you can change the elements in the list if they are not also immutable. So in my case here, I used strings, and strings are immutable in Java. But if I used, say, a list of products, then I could change the values inside. What I cannot change is the list itself. So for example, I cannot add one more element in this list or remove one element. But if I have objects inside which are mutable, I can change those those objects. It's not a problem changing those products. So that's what's the stuff with these factory methods. And now, what was the question? It was effectively final and lambda expressions. So yeah, let's create a second example. So let's actually call this one example 1. And create a second one, example 2. And I will start from the very beginning, telling you that for the older people like me, who started with Java when I think it was Java 4 or 5. I didn't start with the first version of Java. I'm still not that old. But I started with Java when it was Java 4 or 5, I can't remember exactly. If I'm going to show you actually here, if I have a class or an interface, better an interface, let's call it function. If I call it function, you will confuse it with, how do I call it? Okay, I don't have inspiration. Let's just have a class and we call it A, because it's irrelevant. This class has a method, public void test. Now the idea is the following: that you can create an instance of A, writing AA is new A. But one of the features that Java allows you to do for many years already is that you open curly braces right after the constructor, and this is called an anonymous class. And you can do that with classes, interfaces, mainly anything non-final. So classes, interfaces, yeah, they work well with this. The reason is that this is basically equivalent to a class extending A. So that's why it has to be non-final, because otherwise final would mean you can't extend it. And then in case of types. And the whole idea is that this is basically a way in which you extend a class without necessarily creating a separate class with a name. And then inside here you can even override methods So now, for example, if I'm calling the test method, so actually let's say this is A2, to make a clear distinction in my example between A1 and A2. A1 and A2. So this one will print a smiley face, while this one will print a sad face. Okay. So that's the beginning, and maybe you are wondering, well, why and how is that related to Lambda? I'm coming now to this. Okay, so it's exactly what we expected. So the idea is, now same I did with A, like as a class, I can do with an interface. It's absolutely the same thing. So if I'm changing this to an interface, let's not change it. Let's actually create a B, which is an interface, to have both examples. Of course, being an interface, we can, starting with Java 8, have a default method, but let's assume it's just a contract, what normally is in an interface. And let's create an example 3 class. Where we do the same thing with an interface. So say B1 is new B, and of course there's literally no way in which you can create an instance of an interface because it's abstract. But what we can do is open curly braces and have an anonymous class over an interface. And of course, if you want to do that, you need to override, not this method, sorry. You need to override the test method, which is abstract. That's so the reason now it's failing here, the compilation, is because I didn't override the abstract method. But once I will override it, it's fine. Okay? And that's the same thing. Now you have an object, and yeah, it looks a bit strange, but that's how we were doing this before Java 8. And before Java 8, you didn't have another choice. You, like in the case of an anonymous class, you open the curly braces. That's what you could do also in case of an interface. But now the idea is that, and you can see that IntelliJ shows this with a gray here, it tells me it's redundant, at least for Java 17, which I'm using now. Anyway, it's redundant starting with Java 8. So starting with Java 8, this can change into a Lambda expression. And then basically have the same thing here. Okay, so they B1 test and B2 test does the same thing. It's just I wrote it in a much cleaner way with a lot less code, because in the Lambda is basically a way to write differently a contract where you have only one abstract method, so a contract of only one method, the way we call it, in which you only keep exactly what's relevant for the contract. That's the parameters and what the method does. The parameters are on the left side of the Lambda operator, and what it does, it's on the right side. So it's basically Lambda is just a different syntax, a cleaner syntax for a contract with only one method. Now, where is this related to your question? Because I remember your question, it wasn't basically about Lambda and how to declare it. It was about why we can't create methods, why we can't create variables that are local and then also in side of the type. So if you first start with this, so leave the lambda alone and just look at the syntax, which is here in Java for many years. I think it's starting with the beginning of the language. If I would try to do this, like variable whatever, I can use it inside here. So I can say concatenate it, but I cannot change it. And the reason I cannot change it is because once I declare it local, if I want to use it inside, it becomes final. So in reality, if you were in Java 7, for those of you who want to make the test, if you are in Java 7, even if you just concatenate it here, you have to manually put the final. In Java 8, the only thing that changed is that this final here is not mandatory to be written anymore explicitly. But nothing changed actually since the beginning of the language, other than just the fact that you don't have to explicitly put the final there. So this is the way Java worked from the very beginning. Now, since a lambda expression is nothing else than just an anonymous class, it applies to it the same rules. So the same rules applies here. You cannot change a local variable. You can use it, but you cannot change it. Why? Okay, now what I wanted to make sure is that it's clear why on lambda expression you have that. So it's not because lambda is special, it's because actually on the other hand it's because it's not special at all. It's because a lambda expression in the end it's only an anonymous class. So it applies the same rules that an anonymous class apply. So that's why it has to fulfill the same laws as the anonymous class. And for the anonymous class, this law of having the variable final is there since the beginning of the language. Lambda didn't bring anything special, it's just reflecting the same laws, because it's in the end only a cleaner syntax of an anonymous class. So it will fulfill with the same laws. Now the question, why in the anonymous class you can't change the value? Well, this is related to the memory management in Java, because you see, when you declare this kind of variable here, q, this goes to a memory location we call the stack. And how the stack works, the stack is a memory location independent for each thread, where every method creates a new layer where it puts information. While anything that is created with new, including a lambda, where even if you don't see the new, you can imagine it is, because it's the same thing as here, it's an object. We'll create a reference, and the object will be stored in heap. So, because the object itself is stored in heap, the method, when you will call its method, it's not really clear exactly how to access the value to be changed on which layer of the stack would that be changed. We'd assume to change the value on a different layer of a stack, and that was the impediment that created this rule where the value itself cannot be changed. So it's basically made to be read-only, because it would be difficult to make a way in which you change the value of a variable on a layer of the stack from the behavior of an object stored in the heap. This reflected forward on the lambda expressions, but just because, so there's no new rule actually, it's just because it simply fulfills the same law as all the anonymous classes did since the beginning of the language. So it's the same impediment that this allows a lambda expression to change a final local variable, locally declared variable. So that's basically it. I'm not sure if I was clear enough, but that's the whole history of where it started and why it affected the lambda expressions. Okay, lambda should be only pure functions. No need, so we need final. I'm not sure. It's no, the final here. It's not. I know what you are. Yeah, I'm going to make a discussion on this as well to make sure. But I think I know what you want to say. So let me create an example for class. But I will actually link this to functional programming, because what you want to say is, so lambda should be final. It basically refers to functional functional programming, and that's an important thing to be remembered indeed. And maybe it makes sense to spend some minutes on that. So the idea is indeed when you have a functional interface, say predicate, for example. Predicate is a functional interface. By the way, the Java util function package exposes most of the functions that you need in terms of functional interfaces. So when I have a predicate of string, that actually means I get a string, and then I have to say something about it, like, is this string equal to smiley face? This is a predicate. What you want to say, and it's pretty important, and indeed it's right, is that when you write any case of a functional interface, you are not allowed to change something outside. That's not the reason why you can't change variables outside. So it's not that reason. What you can't change is basically it's the variable value itself. Because if I would have, for example, and I see this anti-pattern very often, say I have a product, so our class even is number. I have a class number, say I have the value of the number, and getters and setters. If I have number and new number, syntactically speaking, I can write something like this. But this is not okay. So even if syntactically I can change an object, see, I cannot change a variable. Like if I want to say n equals new number, that's something I can't do syntactically, related to the fact that n is in the stack of the current thread, what I was explaining earlier. That's something I can't syntactically do, but I can still change values in the object itself because the object is in heap. So no more impediment with this. But that doesn't mean I should do it, so this is still not okay. Remember, when you use functions, when you use lambda expressions, usually you apply a functional logic, and in a functional logic you should not change values from inside the function, values from outside of the function. And usually the most encountered by me anti-pattern is when using streams. So say you have a list of values, and say I want to create a new list. So let's say this: create a new list of only the strings with odd length. And then you will see people doing this. So say string result is new array list, and then they say list stream filter as length is odd for each result add, I think it should go like this, and this is wrong. Okay, so this is wrong. Instead of doing something like this, you should always find a way in which you don't change something from outside of the stream. So the best practice in this case is using the collect methods, which means creating the stream, return the value in it. So you say collect collectors to list. This is good. So this is the principle, the immutability principle in functional programming. We always, functional approach should always treat the processing as a composition of functions, because that's what functional means. A composition of functions means you have a value, which is the input. You apply a function, you change it to another value, you apply another function, you change it to another value, you apply another function, you change it. So you apply function after function after function, which in mathematics is called composition. You compose the functions, and then at the very end you get a result. Never ever will a function in mathematics change a variable from outside of the chain. And that's what we need to apply also when we think functionally in a functional language such as Java. So could you give us some of your thinking when learning new stuff, hard stuff, peek behind the curtain of the brain, if it makes sense? So what I do is, because I always have issues myself learning stuff, and one of the things I know, however, is because I'm teaching to many students, is that people are different one to another. So I don't want to say that there is a one way to learn in which will be perfect for everyone, because I don't think that's possible. So the idea is that unfortunately you will still have to find the way that fits best for you. Some of the people initially apply practically and then they read a book. Some of the others, they start reading a book and then they apply. Others, they prefer to watch video tutorials. It really depends on you. You have to find the way it works best for you and use it. And you can do that only experimenting. But I can tell you that one thing that I always do, and I didn't see anyone to not be helped by this, is practically applying. And by practically applying sometimes means, well, how do I, for example, learn hard stuff like Spring Security, for example, because it's not that easy to practically apply it, because you don't know what to apply. And even if you have some examples, you apply some authentication, how do I actually know what happens behind the scenes? And what I do and what I advise people do is start debugging on the framework itself. So start basically seeing what happens behind the scenes simply by using the debugger. So you put a breakpoint and you take some time and you simply just go through Spring Security's code or Hibernate's code or any complex frameworks code. And this way you will basically learn what happens behind the scenes, and that will help you ask more questions which you then answer, and so on and so forth. So that's something I always do. But I don't have a recipe that's, if you do that, that's the best for everyone. You didn't mention functional interface on the interface. Yeah, that's true. Although best practice is to do that. So it's not mandatory to mention functional interface on the interface. It's still a functional interface even though I don't. But the best practice is to use the functional interface annotation. The functional interface annotation is similar to, it works similar to how override works. You know, when you override a method, like I did here, if I don't use override, it doesn't mean this is not an overriding. So the override is optional, the annotation is optional, it's not mandatory for the method to be an overriding. The override annotation, however, what it does is making sure that what you do really is overriding. So the annotation will not compile in case the method that you annotate with it is not an overriding. So say if I'm adding here a parameter, say int x, the annotation will fail, telling me this is no longer an overriding because it doesn't fulfill all the overriding rules. So you know that in Java we have some rules that we have to fulfill for an overriding to be correct. Like, for example, the modifier, the access modifier should be at least the same public. The return type should fulfill some rules, parameters should be the same, and then even the exceptions should fulfill some rules. And if you don't respect all these rules, then that's not an overriding. So by using the override annotation, you make sure that what you do here really is overriding, and if it's not, then the annotation would not compile. See, like in the case I'm adding here a parameter and the annotation doesn't compile because this is no longer an overriding, would be an overloading. The same is for the functional interface. So if I don't add functional interface here, it's not a big deal. So from a syntactical point of view, this is still a functional interface. Basically, it's a functional interface as long as it has only one abstract method, so or as we say, one method in the contract. But if I would add, for example, a second method here, using the functional interface annotation, that one will not compile anymore, telling me this is not a functional interface anymore. Thing that would not happen, for example, if I would avoid using it. So now my interface will compile. It has two related problems, but my interface compiles. Using the functional interface, I somehow document the fact that what I did here was meant to be functional, and it assures me that if I do anything that makes it non-functional, the annotation will not allow me compiling. So it's a best practice, not mandatory, but it's always good to use the add functional interface annotation for any functional interface. Okay. I'm not sure in that case, how do I know if it does it one by one on each element, on whether it does the map completely first and then for each on the map, making super slow, inefficient. I'm not sure which is the question on that, sorry. I understand it's related to this, but this is not slower than the not good example. I'm still keeping it. This is the way you should work with it. Okay. Suppose take consumer, and consumer will always have side effect. So why have for each method at all? Because with for each method you can simply do something for each element. You don't necessarily have to change something. So what I said only makes sense for changing, but if you want to simply parse and do something for each and every element, you just like printing out in the console, that's not wrong. So you can do that. You can print it out in the console or call a method or do something. So when you have a consumer that you want to do something for each and every method, you can do that. What you shouldn't do from the for each and from inside any method of a stream is change something from outside. So I don't exactly get why this is an anti-pattern. This is an anti-pattern because when we use streams and lambda functions, we have to apply a functional philosophy. Why do we have to apply a functional philosophy? Because we have to keep our code clean, and if streams and lambdas were designed for a functional approach, if we don't apply the functional approach, then what happens is that we will end up with a less clean code. So the rule is simple. In a method, in a Java method, you can either think of it procedurally, in a procedural way, or you can think of it functional. You have to choose which of the approaches you take. Of course, you can mix them, but that's the anti-pattern. If you mix them, your code will become in time less easy to read and understand. So the advice is quite simple. If you want to implement things procedurally, do implement them procedurally. But if you want to implement them in a functional approach, which means, as I told you earlier, always things in function composition, input, you apply function, then function, then function up to the very end when you have the output. Then in a functional approach, you always have a function that has an input and an output. A function will never change something outside of it. So that's why if you want to apply a functional style, you have to apply it up to the end and not mix a functional approach with a procedural approach to keep your code clean. So it's more for a clean coding point of view, not necessarily for something else. That's how we should work. Just to make sure that the code is clean and easy to maintain. Okay, what works for me? Exactly what I told you. So I'm debugging usually on code. I'm trying to apply as much as possible what I read. I avoid reading and not applying what I read, because usually I forget very fast if I don't apply, or I might find out while applying that I wasn't really getting the same thing from the book. Applying what I read helps me also make sure that I correctly understood the stuff. That's mostly what I am doing in terms of learning. Do you use Golang or other languages? No, I used to be a PHP programmer many years ago. I quit using PHP many years ago, and I'm trying to keep focused on one language, because I know a lot of people now is this trend with the full stack and stuff like that, and people are very sometimes surprised when they hear that I don't write front end, I don't know, and they ask how are you even a principal developer if you don't write front end? I mean, it's like a must of if you want to be a development lead or a principal developer, which is not true, of course. There are different more important capabilities you need to have to be a development lead or an architect than writing front end. By contrary, I think that full stack is something you can do up to a point, meaning you will never be able to learn all the details of something, so be a real consultant on both of them at the same time. Because I see myself, or at least maybe it's a lack of capacity of mine, but I'm for many years just learning backend, and I'm still having a lot of things to learn on the backend side, even though I didn't focus at all on front end. I keep focused not only on the one side, say only backend, but also on the language itself. I try not to screw with too many languages. I mean, I have some idea of Scala, some idea of Kotlin. I know I have some idea of JavaScript as well, but I don't study that, and I try to focus on what's relevant for me. Let's say we have a method to avoid null pointer when chain getters. It gets a supplier, returns null if null pointer occurs. Why method still returns null pointer while lambda doesn't? Well, you just said that the lambda returns the null. It's a difference between returning null and null pointer exception and throwing a null pointer exception. So if you just return null, that's not a problem. It's just returning a value. Null it's in the end a value. It means the absence of a reference. A null pointer exception occurs when you try to refer an attribute or a behavior from something that is null. So the null pointer exception will always happen exactly on the line where a method or an attribute is referred from a variable that doesn't contain the reference to a variable but contains null instead. Do you recommend taking the Java 17 OCP exam? Well, it depends. People ask me about certifications, like, do you recommend certifications? Well, yes, they will help you, but don't think that they will make you like much better in the language itself. So I'm just, let me like this to see you better. So the idea is the following. If you are a non-technical guy, like you don't have a bachelor degree in something technical, it will be very helpful for you to somehow prove, because there are many developers starting to learn programming, and they become very good developers, but they don't have a technical faculty. They don't have a technical bachelor degree. What happens today is, especially with medium to high scale companies like corporations, is that corporations tend to filter out a lot of people before they end up in the technical interview, so they don't give you a chance at all. And the reason they don't give you a chance at all is explainable, because they don't want to spend a lot of time from the technical people, from their developers, because developers are expensive. So they want to simply go straight to the if possible, be exactly sure that they will put in a technical interview a candidate that really knows stuff. So they will simply avoid working with non-technical people, even though there is a chance they are very good, because they are big companies and they don't care. Now, what you can do to avoid that, if you are a non-technical person, is take a certification to prove your technical expertise somehow. So it opens doors. The certification may open doors. That's important to remember. Now, if you are a technical person already having a technical bachelor or stuff like that, it will be much easier for you to enter to pass interviews without necessarily having a certification upfront. So you can avoid that and then take the certification afterwards, after you are already employed, because again, most of the corporation also pay for your certification, so that certification is $250 or some stuff like that. Maybe for you as an individual it's a big sum, you wouldn't like to spend it, but for a company it's not such a big deal, and since you can profit from having it paid by the company, you can wait, get employed, and then get the certification, which will just help you just become better then. But anyway, in either of the cases, let's take the OCP as an example. You will learn a lot of syntaxes that are not necessarily helping you. Like, a lot of syntaxes you will learn are not even recommended in practice, but you will still have to learn them. So you will know a lot of big deal of the language itself. You will know a lot of things about the language, a lot of details from those 700-800 pages PDF, which are the language specifications, but which are not necessarily what you will apply in practice. Don't expect that the certification will teach you something practical. Will not teach you something practical. Will just help you learn the details of the language, but then you should still learn yourself what you need to avoid when working with Java. For each is a terminal operation. Yes, that's true. Indeed, it's a terminal operation. I didn't discuss exception handling in Lambda. I see there are some curiosities on this. So it's first of all about exceptions. If you want my opinion about exceptions, is that do avoid checked exceptions. When you design your own exceptions, in general, you should avoid. So I see even a code here. Okay, I'm a backend developer. Yes, I'm a backend developer, and I'm proud to say I'm only a backend developer. I'm interested in software architecture. Yes, I am interested, and I'm actually doing software architecture myself. And then I have this nice code that I will copy, but I can't copy. Oh my god, why I can't copy? Okay, from the code here, let's put it in IDE and see what's the question all about. So say example 5. Okay, and I'm copying this code with a supplier. Okay, let's make it a little bit more visible. Okay, so let's see which is actually the problem with this code. So try to analyze it a bit. So what happens here? We have a supplier as a parameter, pretty simple to understand. A supplier provides a value which you can get by calling get. So if the supplier returns null, this will return null. Nothing special here. It's simply returning null. Okay. Catch null pointer exception. I have no idea. I don't even think this is needed. First of all, never ever do something like this in practice. So in practice, never catch a null pointer exception or arithmetic exception or any kind of runtime exception that represents a problem with the data. So this null pointer exception catch here is not even needed, because it will only happen if statement is null. So here you only get if you call the method with parameter null. Okay. Let me add a static in front of it so I can call it from main and prove you. So if you provide null, this is the only case when it will get here. Okay, and you can debug to see that very easily. My debugger for some reason doesn't want to work because it doesn't get here at all. Oh, I know, I think it's because it's running the other example. Sorry, I will do like this, debug. Okay, so it gets here, then it will get here. This one is null, and you can clearly see it will throw a null pointer exception that you caught here. So it goes here and returns null. So that's literally the only way you can get here in this catch, which again, in practice, never catch null pointer exception. This is not the best practice. Now, if you call it with a supplier, let's say you return 5, okay? That's basically okay. So this will print 5, okay, because it gets here, get returns 5, 5 gets returned. So this will basically print 5. It's nothing special to be said about it. We can just run it and observe that it prints 5. And then the other thing that can happen is that this returns a null. In that case, this cannot be an int anymore. It can be object. And in that case, this will print a null. Because this will return null. Null is returned, taken by the object, and then printed out in the console. So these are the 3 branches that can happen with this code that you gave me. Either give it a null, it's catched here and returns null. Either it gets a statement that returns a value and will return the value. Either it gets a statement that returns null and it will return null. So that's what happens basically. What can happen is that you take out this null pointer here, which is basically what you shouldn't do. And then if you have the situation where you call the method with null, which is of course, this causes a null pointer exception. But the problem here is not that we didn't catch the null pointer exception, is that we literally used null, so that's the problem. So it's not bad that's throwing a null pointer exception. What's bad is that we shouldn't have used null for the statement in the first place. Okay, we can see the null pointer exception. And you can see, starting with Java 15, so in 17 as well, we have the so-called enhanced null pointer exception message, where it tells you exactly what was null. So it tells you the null pointer exception happened because statement was null. So it tells you exactly on what line it happened and what was the null object. So I hope it's clear that if that was the question, I tried to explain how it works. What kind of questions can you get at an interview? Well, that's difficult because all companies have their own interviewing style. Some of them ask you about algorithms, others they don't. Some of them ask trivia questions, how I name them, others they don't. In my perspective, a respectful interview shouldn't ask you trivia questions like, I don't know, what does the parameter x on annotation x do? That's something that, whether you know it or not, it will not mean you are a bad or a better developer. It doesn't tell anything about you. So what I usually do is I discuss with the candidate, when I have an interview, I discuss with the candidate about their experience, and I ask them what technologies they used, what frameworks they used, what tools they used, and then what I ask them is how they used. So I literally don't ask them how to use a specific tool. I ask them how they used that specific tool. And then I ask them if they find something not working fine with a specific tool or technology, or if they would have used something else instead, because sometimes they tell me, well, I had to use Java 11, but I would have used Java 17 if I could have the decision. Then I asked them, can you make a comparison between Java 11 and 17? Tell me, why do you think using Java 11 would be better from your point of view? So I always try to ask them from their point of view and understand how they think about technology rather than what they know about technology. Because asking about, well, do you know what are the annotations that are used to annotate the REST control annotation? That's a trivia question. You might know or you might not know. It doesn't make you a better Spring developer. There are, however, companies where you will find this kind of an interview. Or companies that will ask you solve, I don't know what kind of a problem, the coding problem, because they want to test rather your algorithmical thinking more than your technical knowledge. And maybe in their case it makes sense. Maybe they do a lot of research and development on different algorithms for big data. And in that case it makes sense. It doesn't matter how good, how proficient are you with Spring if you don't know very well all the 10 possible ways to sort arrays. But if you, for example, apply for a company where they implement some Spring services, of course it might make a lot of sense rather for them to you already know a lot of things on Spring rather than knowing by heart how to sort numbers of an array in 10 possible ways. So I can't answer the question what kind of questions, because it really depends a lot on the company. But what I can advise you is just go to interviews and find out, because it doesn't really matter if you fail an interview. Failing an interview doesn't mean you are not good, or it doesn't mean that you don't know things well, or it might mean you are not a good fit with that company. And then think about what they asked you, and if you might not even want to be a good fit with them. Maybe it's not important for you. And if it is important for you, then try to find out why weren't you a good fit, and how can we improve that. That's what I usually do. So if I fail an interview, I'm thinking, well, what did they ask me? Well, they asked me, I don't know, how to use one kind of specific tool or technology. I didn't know. Okay. So if I want to employ at this company, I really need to know that. Why? Because probably they have projects using that. Fine enough. Then I start learning that technology. Or I might say, well, I don't really want to work with that technology, so that's not for me. It means I'm not a good fit with this company. And then I continue trying to search for other companies where I'm a better fit. For important is you also like what you do, so you don't just get employed just to get employed. Like we are in software development today, it's pretty easy to find a place. It's better to think about what you want as well, not only to get employed. And then pivotal certification, which I think is VMware now. Yes, what I've heard is that they changed the certification and now they ask kind of more relevant questions. I didn't try the latest one myself, but I have friends that did. But it's the same thing. Don't imagine that this will make you like a better developer. It's still experience that will get you more of the things. But it's a good way to learn. Any certification is in the end, you can't, especially if the company pays for you, you don't have anything to lose. That's the idea. So what about companies that want backend developer and are also asking for front-end frameworks experience? Well, if that's mandatory and you don't want that, then you find another company to apply. Like in my case, if I go to a company and they say, well, it's a must, Angular or React, I say, okay, that's not for me, thank you very much. Very easy. It's not forced to get employed at a company where you don't like the technologies they work with, or they force you work with a technology you don't like. I don't see anything wrong with that. I can tell you why a lot of managers prefer the full stack approach, because it's very easy in terms of managing. You say I have an application with front end and back end, and you have tasks, and when you have a team, say of only full stack, then it's pretty easy to say Mike, you take that task, and John, you take that task, or you can put them the other way around, because theoretically both of them know front-end and back-end. It's much more difficult when you have a back-end team and a front-end team. However, the quality of the result will always be better when you have a front-end specialists and back-end specialists rather than full stack. So having full stack developers help you in prioritizing easier the task and putting them easier from the backlog in development. From a quality point of view, you will always get out with a better product if you have front-end specialists and back-end, because they only focus and they know a lot better all the tips and tricks on how to write exactly what you need. Where can we read more about exceptions which not to catch, because it tells us there are more and we like to learn. So you don't need to learn them by heart. It's all the runtime exceptions that are generated by data. Like for example, in this case, null pointer exception. It's not something you need to catch because it's caused by a wrong usage of a value. You should never have a situation in the code where you use null and you end up referring from a null variable. So this kind of an exception needs to be corrected in code rather than caught. Same is with arithmetic exception. It happens when you divide something by 0. It's not something you'd like to catch. You'd never want to end up having a division by 0. So which are the exceptions you don't need to catch? Any kind of exception you'll ever find that's caused by improper usage of data that can be corrected in code instead of having a catch for that. Why do we have int stream and several other specialized streams when instead we have stream of integer? I don't understand the need. In my experience, I have felt int stream to be lacking. So there are 3 primitive streams that Java offers with Java 8. It's sim stream, int stream, long stream, and double stream. And I will explain you why they created these streams. It's because sometimes some operations are dedicated to that specific value, and they are made to be more efficient this way. So for example, you can write stream of integer, and then if you want to sum this up, you can say reduce to 0 x and y into their sum, and that gives you the sum. But at the same time, you could have said map to int sum. So this sum is not something that you have on stream. This sum is only for a primitive stream. So primitive streams are just more particular streams focused on offering you operations for that exact kind of type of value that you add on the stream. Unfortunately, you only have 3 again, so it's only int stream, long stream, and double stream. So only for this you have this capacity of using mapping to a specific type and then benefiting from functions such as average and sum, which are not on the stream itself. Of course, that's not wrong to reduce them or use collectors to reduce them from the stream itself, but it's just an utilitarian way to make your life easier and might even be more performant depending on what operations you do for the primitive types. Okay, I have already lost the number of questions, going up a bit. Optional of nullable would help, I think, in null case with no need to handle exceptions. So the idea is with optional is that you will use it, and it's recommended you use it instead of null. And indeed, what you can do is to use optional empty to create an empty optional. That would be the equivalent of null. So this should be used instead of null. And then of course you will always have, and preferably you also have a type, you will always have optional the possibility to have actually something in the box, because optional is like a box. And then you can simply just use off, but be careful, because if you use off, then it's mandatory the argument, the parameter is not null. And if you have like a variable like, I don't know, integer x, which is null or might be null, something that might be null, and you want to transform it into an optional, then indeed the choice is optional of nullable, which means creates an empty box if x is null, or a box containing x in case it's not null. So that's basically acting same as if x is null, then O4 optional empty, else O4 optional of x. Okay, but obviously it's much better to write it like on line 21 rather than write the whole snippet of code this way. So that's what with nullable. Okay, then I answered about the in-stream. How can we generate files with Java? For example, a PDF with some text. Well, there are a lot of libraries. I think I used Flying Saucer. So let me see if I can find an example for you on web. So definitely you don't have that in the JDK, so you will have to use a library. There are more libraries that are available. Flying Saucer is the one that I've been using. So this is the project. It's basically just transforming HTML, your HTML in a PDF. Let's see if we can find even an example or something. User's guide, okay. So I see it even has a very good user guide here, telling you I'm not sure this is exactly so what I wanted, or is it? Oh, it tells you how to put it into a web, into a Swing framework, but that's not what I wanted. So PDF, let's call it an example to that. So you have an HTML, that's the whole idea. You have an HTML and CSS, and that's basically then you transform that HTML into a PDF. That's mostly how it works. And I don't know an example like I don't know some page where I can send you now to learn this, but there are plenty of examples. If you search for them, you will see that you can basically do like literally anything using it. So flying saucer. Of course, it's not the only one. I guess you can find other libraries as well, but that's what I've been lately using when I need to generate PDFs. What's the difference between thread and virtual thread added in Java 19? That's a very good question. I don't have an early bundle of Java 19 to prove you that here. But the idea is the following. So you might be aware that the operating systems implement threads. And you might be aware also that Java allows multi-threading. So you can have multi-threading with Java. So what happens is that in Java, the current implementation, what we have now is just wrapping over an operating system thread, which is okay, just that it's very heavy because every new thread that you create and start means creating and starting a new thread at the operating system level. Now what happens is that this whole process can be improved. In the end, in many cases, we just see threads as a possibility to concurrently specify some block of instructions to execute. And we don't necessarily need to have an entire operating system thread for that. So what this Project Loom, the way it's called Project Loom, what you are referring to, and indeed, hopefully we will have it in Java 19, which will be released this October. What happens is that instead of creating a thread wrapper over the operating system, it will be a so-called lightweight thread managed by the JVM. But multiple virtual threads might relate to only one operating system thread. So they will be managed this way by the JVM, making the creation and the start of these threads in many situations much faster and less resource consuming. But let's try that one later after October when we will really have it in the JDK rather than now, because now it's only, we can discuss about it, it's interesting, but until we can really apply it, we will not literally see what are the benefits. And anyway, we will literally use this in production probably earliest in October next year when we will have version 21, which is the next long-term supported version. So this capability will be most likely more in the future for us. Okay, yes, earlier we discussed a bit about transaction. Maybe you can review the early hours. A4 page, just one query. How can you avoid one A4 page with just one select query? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I get this question. What means you avoid an A4 page with just one select query? Do you use Kotlin? I mostly used Kotlin a bit when I was implementing some Android projects, but I can't say that I used it a lot on the backend side. I had a tentative of using Kotlin when it first appeared, and we tried to rewrite a microservice from Java to Kotlin. We ended up not with too many lines of code thrown away, and since for us it didn't prove to bring so much like so many advantages, we ended up using Kotlin on the server side. So now everything that I did in the past 3 or 4 years it's only Java related. Good. So if I have a long query with 10 joins, I simply write it the way it is with text blocks. I don't do anything special to avoid it. I mean, if I need it, I need it. I'm not sure that if I can avoid it somehow. It's just I need it. Okay, someone yesterday on my LinkedIn, when I asked a question about what should I present, was curious on concurrency, the difference between synchronized, volatile, and the usage of blocking objects and atomic objects, if I correctly remember. So why shouldn't we just discuss this subject now? It sounds pretty interesting. So let's create a separate project for that, and I will say JavaMarathon 2022 June E6, and let me start with synchronized first. Synchronized is in the end the direct way the language offers you to control threads in execution. So what synchronized does is allowing you create a block where you specify who can enter in that block. But you can at the same time create multiple blocks that are synchronized one to the other. So I think that one of the biggest confusions about synchronized is that developers tend to believe that synchronized is kind of a block that you create to only allow one thread at a time on that specific piece of code, while the name synchronized itself comes from the capability it offers to synchronize multiple blocks of code. So it's basically more about synchronizing more than one block of codes one with the other, rather than only the possibility you have to make indeed the specific block synchronized to only allow one thread at a time. So let me show you with an example what I mean actually. To show you what I mean, I will create a nice theoretical example that I'm always working on when trying to prove how synchronized works. And this is an architecture that we call producer-consumer. And I can even say producer-consumer multi-threaded. Okay. And let me do like this. So I'm just saying static list of integer. I'm calling this container. And then I will have the main method. Where I will create multiple threads. So the whole idea is the following: when we discuss producer consumer, imagine the following thing. We have a common resource, and in our case is that list that I call the container. And you have multiple entities which are different threads adding values in the container. You can have as many as you'd like. In our example, we will only create one, but remember that you might have multiple in a real world example. What are these actually doing? They are simply adding values here. Okay, so all of them do that. And then we have one or more entities that we call the consumers. And again, you might have multiple consumers if you wish. I think better was if I was using it the other way around. I don't find yellow here. Anyway. Or like this. Okay, fine. So the consumers are basically consuming the values. Well, you might ask yourself, why would we need something like this? So do we actually, where is this kind of an architecture useful? Why would you have multiple threads producing some values and then some other threads consuming the values? So the idea is the following. Sometimes it happens that you can get some resources faster than you can process them. So what we want to do in that case is to somehow speed up the operation on who's providing the data, even though who's processing the data can't do all of them at once. Let me give you an example on an application where I really had to implement something like this. You might have seen if you are going into shops for clothes and garments like H&M, Zara, and so on, that they have for some years already this kind of readers that they use to count the items on the shelves. So sometimes you will see them like holding their mobile phone, and then they have this kind of a gun device, and they point the gun device to the shelf, and then they automatically scan all the items. There's all the clothes in there, and then the software on the mobile phone processes those. They are basically some codes they read, and finds in the database if there are more in the deposit, and tells them if they have to bring some more of the clothes in the shop and stuff like that. So it's part of their process. The idea is the following: in that kind of a software, when you point that gun-like reader to the shelf, it can read 100 to 1,000 tags in like 2 or 3 seconds. So it's quite fast. If you read, let's say, 500 items in 2-3 seconds, it's difficult to process them synchronous, because processing them would mean going to a database, or accessing a client, accessing a server, the server accessing a database, running some queries. executing some operations, and it takes again time. Imagine you can't do that like for each and every tag every time. You have to find a better, a more intelligent way to implement this approach. So what you can do in that case, in such a case, is simply using this kind of multi-thread architecture, which is called the producer consumer. So that gun basically is the producer. It very fast, when you read, adds values here, and then the consumer can take more of them in batches and send them to the server side for processing. So you will end up basically reading maybe 500 items, but the consumer will be the processor of the items that will maybe only send 3 or 4 requests to the server to process the whole number of items that has been retrieved. But to be able to do something like that, you have to first of all have 2 different threads, because one of them will be only responsible for reading the items and putting them somewhere, and then we will have another thread which should be independent to the first one, which should be responsible only for processing the items that already exist in the common resource. So any kind of scenario like this one would be a good scenario where you can apply the producer-consumer multi-threaded architecture. And I did have the chance to implement something like this for production, for something very similar to what I described you. Again, I can't tell you for whom, but you can trust me, it was a known retailer. Good. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to prove you, of course, in a very simple manner. So don't take this as production code, because it's not production code, but I'm going to prove you in a simple manner how this works. And then I will prove you in a simple manner why you need to use synchronized and how synchronized works. Because in this case, in this kind of an architecture where you have multiple threads working on the same common resource, which is the list in our case, we say that the threads compete on using the common resource. And that's actually what is called in terms of multi-threading, is called a race condition. So we say it's a race condition because the threads are racing, they are competing on changing the common resource. So that's a common concurrency problem that you can solve in multiple ways in Java, and the simplest is the synchronized word. So let's start with the synchronized word. So let's do exactly what I said. Let's create a producer and the consumer. So I say create a producer. And I say extends thread, although in a real world application I would prefer to make a little bit like more complex the code, but use the contract which is runnable. So I usually implement runnable then. Okay, let's actually do that, because I don't want you then to say you learned bad things from my streams. So let's runnable. Okay, and then of course we need to override the run method, which is basically defining, let's see, the run method is the main method of a thread and is defining the logic of executed on a separate thread. And what I want to have here is, say, a continuously running thread, and we'll define a random object to help me create some random values, and then just say add in the container value. And because I don't want to run into an out of memory, let's also add kind of a limitation here and say that the container can have maximum 100 values. So I'll say just main container size smaller than 100. So this is a very dummy definition of a producer. It just, once it starts running, creates a random value, runs forever, and tries to add a new random value in the container, and then prints out in the console the producer, the name of the thread, which is the producer, and the value that has been added. And it does that forever until I close the application, something like that. And then basically the same thing I'm going to do. And I'm running, creating a consumer. And then the same idea here, we just have to override run. And while this one is running, I'm going to say if the container is not empty, and then take the first value of the container, and then remove the first value, then print out consumer or removed value x. And then of course I can just create the threads and say thread and give them a name. I usually use the underline in front of my thread names because then, and I will show you when I will put them in Visual VM, you will see them easier. You will be able to sort them, to list them easier. And then, and then of course, let's not forget to start it. And the idea is that if I'm going to start this up now, it's basically, it's not going to work. So it's basically not going to work. I will explain the example step by step. I see some questions, but I will just explain them. So that's why I'm, first of all, it's not going to work. So why is it not going to work? Because I didn't implement any control of the concurrency here. So I'm explicitly using the array list, which is, by the way, non-concurrent collection. And I used this on purpose. So I on purpose wanted to use a non-concurrent collection, meaning that itself, it doesn't treat anything related to the concurrency. So that means that if I want to continue using array list, I will have to do that myself. I will have to find a way to manage the concurrency and avoid the race condition. So I have two threads and both of them are trying to change. So it's clearly a race condition because the producer tries to add something, the consumer tries to remove something. So it's clearly a race condition here. And we can simply prove that, and if it stuck, I will try to close it fast because it might literally block my computer. But let's see that it stucks at some point. So it will start running and then it will either throw an exception or it will simply get stuck and do nothing. See, it actually got stuck, and I could show you my processor now. The stream might be as well affected, but I will try to show you how the processor looks like. So you can see CPU 93%. It's pretty high. It's keeping my CPU pretty high, even though I don't see anything happening in the console. Okay, I closed it because I see the stream starts to be laggy because of this, but I think you could see that until I closed the application. So my CPU was very high. I still see something uses it, but of course it's not 90 something, so it looks better now. So this application doesn't work correctly, and the reason it doesn't work correctly is that it allows two threads to concurrently work and try to change. So what I will do is synchronize the block in the while true, which is basically what my application does, the logic of each of the objects. And to do that, I'm going to use the synchronized word, which is something like this. So I see something like that. This is the definition of the synchronized block, and I literally added. No, actually sleep is not okay here, so it's actually, it would be an anti-pattern if I'm using sleep here. So what I should do is just properly synchronize the threads. So I'm going to make sure that there will be one thread or another updating the application at the same time. And to do that, I will simply use the synchronized block. And then what I will do, I will choose an object that manages both blocks, which in my case can be any object, but since I already have the list visible in both, I will use the list. So what I'm doing here, I'm saying this block of code will only be accessible by one thread at a time. And then the same thing I'm going to add here, and that's very important, using the same monitor. Because if I'm not using the same monitor, then I would have one thread here and one thread here, which is still something I don't want. It doesn't make sense. What I want is if one thread entered this block, no other thread will enter either here or here. And the container, which is called the synchronized block monitor, because it's the same one in both, it will synchronize both blocks, making that if one thread entered and is active in one of them, either in this one or in the other, no other thread will be active. So you see, synchronized doesn't mean you only allow one thread in one block, but it synchronizes all the blocks that use the same monitor. And that's one of the confusion I usually see with developers when they start learning multi-threading and synchronized. They tend to believe that synchronized block, it just means it's only one thread entering here. While the whole idea is that the monitor, and the reason the monitor exists is because we want to use it, and using the same monitor, we synchronize as many blocks as we want, making that one thread is active throughout whole of the synchronized blocks. And now it's basically running correctly. You don't need to read something, because now you will just see that it's continuously running. You don't don't literally need to read. You will basically read that producer is producing, consumer is consuming, which is exactly what we wanted. The whole idea is that you can see now my computer didn't get blocked anymore, and you can simply just leave the application running and it will continue to run as long as I leave it there. So now the application literally really works the way I wanted it to work from the very beginning. And the only thing I need to do is properly synchronize the block of codes. Is there a way you can visualize this in drawing or something? Let me try something. I tried to explain this in the appendix of the book I'm writing now, How to Read Java. And I think I have some visuals in there that I might use to help you get it even better. Just 1 second. So I actually explained summary the threads in this How to Read Java just because I use plenty of details about threads when I discuss investigations. So that's why. And somewhere here I do explain also synchronized blocks. See, the synchronized blocks, and I think I have some visual on that. Okay, so if you have two synchronized blocks and they use the same monitor, you will either have one thread here or one thread here, but it will never be a way where you will have in both here and here active threads at a time. So if I have multiple threads, one of them will enter one of the blocks. If one of them will enter this one on the left, then no one other will enter either here or here. So this block will be empty and this block will contain that thread that entered. When the thread reaches the end of the synchronized block, it allows the lock on the monitor, that's how we say, so it frees the monitor. The monitor knows that there is no more active thread in either of the blocks. So now either here or here, one of the threads can enter. But if you have different monitors, then you might have one thread acting here and another one acting here, because they have different monitors. So this one will not know about this block. This monitor M1 will just make sure that in between these synchronized blocks, you will never have two threads at a time. So say you don't see, because I can see here in my maybe you want to refresh or something, because I can see on YouTube pretty clear what I'm explaining. So if your picture is stuck, it might be from your side. Just try refresh. Yeah, so you have here the three blocks. Yeah, so you have the three blocks, okay? So if you have two blocks using the same... Now I will explain once more here. So if you have two blocks and they use the same monitor, when a thread enters here, no other thread will enter either here or here. because we have the same monitor on the two blocks. So if one thread is here, this one will be definitely empty. No active thread will be here. There is no possible to have two threads at the same time. But if you have two different monitors, then it's possible, because M1 only takes care of these two blocks. But then this two is a different monitor, so it will not synchronize with one of the first two synchronized blocks. So I hope it's much clearer to see them like this in parallel. And then what I wanted to show you is how you see this also on a visual VM. Don't know what I started here, but I don't think it's the right. Oh, sorry. I don't think it's the right thing. This is what I wanted to start. Yeah, sorry, my fault. So I'm running the program. Then I'm going here. Oh, and I forgot the parameter. 1 second. Oof. To see the threads, you will have to add that parameter I was telling you about some few hours ago. Okay, let's see if we can see them now. Okay, the threads tab appeared, and you can see now the producer and the consumer. And what you can see here is that usually when producer is active, the other thread, the consumer, is monitored, and the other way around. There are cases where both of them are active, and I can explain you where these cases come from. On the code, the only chance to have both producer and consumer green at the same time on the timeline is when both of them are evaluating the condition of the while. So here is possible that both consumer and producers are active. Both. Because it's outside the synchronized block. See, here they are not synchronized, so they can both of them be here. But once they reach the synchronized block, it will either be one of them blue, which you can see here, it means monitor, or green in case it's active. So it will be either one or the other doing something in most of the time. So that's how it looks like. Let me see if I have other questions. So discussing modules. Yes, right after the threads, maybe we can take Java 9 modules and see more about them. I was telling you at the beginning of today's event that we mostly use modules for libraries. Thread local random might be better, yes indeed, but I didn't care too much here about how I generate the values, because it was just a way to produce something. So yeah, even secure random would have been better. So I think even better secure random is the best to use. The best to use here in a real world app. Then we say, since the while true is not having anything in it after size, that will happen to what will happen to the thing. So it's simply just running, and at some point the thread will be put in runnable and the other one in running. So it doesn't happen anything. It's just running, and then at some point the consumer consumes, and then it enters again the if, because remember that we have both producer and consumer. One of them is producing, one of them consuming. So if at some point the producer will produce too many, and it will end up here not being able to produce anymore, it's not a big deal, because at some point the consumer will start and will consume, and then the producer will again have the chance to enter the if. See? So when you make request to a Spring app, I guess it's a Spring web app, is creating an instance of the app for every... No, it's not a different instance of the app, it's a new thread instance. So it in a normal non-reactive application, I think we also discussed it a bit earlier today, when for each new HTTP request, a normal Spring MVC application, so non-reactive, will create a new thread for each HTTP request. After you finish how to read Java, will you start? Yes, that's my plan. So I think this fall I might start already working on the second edition of Spring Security in Action. If we have an endpoint that requires multiple database calls, let's say 10 queries, what are some of the best practices to optimize the endpoint from a performance perspective? If we have an endpoint that requires multiple database calls, okay, can happen. But I don't get, what do you mean by optimize? If it requires those 10 queries, you query the program, you query the database. I mean, I don't get, what do you mean best practices in meaning what? Executing the 10 queries at the same time, or stuff like that, are you thinking, or something else? I don't think I understood, sorry. So do you think you can tell us more about synchronized multi-thread code concept on a lower level than this, diving even more under the hood? Well, synchronized itself is handled at the JVM level, so at the native level. So I'm not sure what exactly can I tell you more under the hood, other than maybe if you want go into the JVM itself and examine the code, which is something that I never did. If you have a specific question or something that you are interested in, let me know, but I don't know exactly what I can do or what should I do more than this. Like, synchronized is the lowest at the point of the Java language, because lower than this you go to the native. In a non-reactive app, assume that I take a multi-part file and I need to validate. How do I know if I should make a new object per each request or use singleton pattern? One validator for whole application, but if many people post many files at once, how does one validator handle everything? Well, it's not a big deal, is it? Because unless the validator uses attributes, it will be just the method of the validator called multiple times from multiple threads, which is no concurrency problem there, King. So you can use the validator as a singleton, or use it as a, what we say, utility method. I guess you mean there a static method. It's your choice. either one will work, because as long as you don't have on the attributes of the class something, then there is no concurrency problem. Concurrency problem, you would have one in case you use the attributes of the instance and you try to change them, like put the file in an attribute and then validate it. If you do that, then you have a concurrency problem. And then if you do that, if you want to do that, what you can do is use a prototype scope in Spring, so that you create a new instance per each thread, per each thread. Yeah, exactly. Per each request, which means each thread at the same time in a non-reactive app. Cool. And now that was synchronized, and I hope we synchronized this much clearer. But I know that there is also a question on volatile. Volatile is a little bit more more difficult to prove. Let's say I will not be able to have an example that really proves volatile, but I want to make you understand what it means. Because I see there is kind of a confusion usually between what synchronized is and what volatile is. And sometimes people tend to believe that volatile means synchronization for some reason, which is not the case. So let's also discuss a bit on what volatile is before we step further on something else. And for that, I think I should create a separate project, which should not be 36, should be 6. But I think that was a typo, sorry. It should be E6. And I wrote 36. That would be 7. So for every request, it creates a new thread on which runs the app. No, the app contains more threads. So an app may contain more threads. For each request, the app creates one more thread that runs the logic for that specific HTTP request. So a thread doesn't run an application, the application runs the thread. So an application might have multiple threads, and in an instance, a running instance of a web app, of a non-reactive app, for each HTTP request, the app creates one more thread and runs the logic for that HTTP request. So even if hypothetically in the same millisecond, whatever it say, no error should ever occur, yes, no error should, so you don't worry, as long as you don't use the attributes of the class, it's absolutely no problem. It's just use the same instance and you call its method several times, and even if it happens literally at the same time, 0 nanoseconds difference, it will work fine. But again, as long as you don't use the attributes. If you use the attributes, then you have a concurrency problem. So when you have something like, let's say we have a class that we call number. You have something like, say, public. And then you can have whatever methods you want. The question is, what does volatile mean here? And the idea is the following. So, did you ever think about the way in which these values are used at the processing level, like at the CPU level? Well, there was no problem years ago when a system had only one CPU. But in the past many years already, we have this problem where we have multiple CPUs. So the question is, where is this value stored here? And if you don't have a volatile, the idea is that you might have the situation where different CPUs keep in their registry a different value for value if it changes concurrently. So basically what happens when you use volatile is that any change you do on this value pushes the new value to be updated on for all the CPUs existing. But what you need to understand is that this is only a way to make sure that the value is used correctly for different executing code that might execute on different CPUs if they are concurrent. But it doesn't mean anyhow that this variable here is synchronized. So the answer is, this means all CPUs will see the changed value, but it also means it's synchronized. So that means that you can still face race condition issues on this variable, unless of course you properly synchronize it using, for example, the synchronize keyword. So you can use volatile if you know you have processes that run at the same time on different threads, and all of them use the value and might change it. You want, if one of the processes change the value, all the others running on different CPUs to also be able to see the new value. And you can do that using volatile. But at the same time, if you have concurrent access to change the value, you still need to synchronize the concurrent access. If you don't synchronize the concurrent access, then you will still have the case of a race condition even if you use this volatile, which again doesn't imply it will avoid the race conditions on this variable. It just makes sure that all the threads will see the updated value of this variable. The volatile keyword is very good in case you have, say, one thread changing the value and some more other threads reading it but not changing it. Because then the threads reading the value will always see the latest value that is changed, even though they might not run on the same CPU, so they might not have access to the same CPU registry. But being volatile, the variable it now updates for all the threads, disregard of the CPU they are being run on. Okay, to be even more clear, let me even try to make a diagram. Oop. So say you have 4 CPUs. Yeah, multiple cores, sorry, and even multiple CPUs, it doesn't matter. So even multiple cores in a CPU. Let's say you have 4. So and you had that variable that's called value, okay? So you have the variable value. So when a process starts, it will copy the value here and it's using it. But say that at the same time you have another process, another thread. We will call this first one T1 from thread 1. And it's using the value, while T2 is changing the value. If the variable is not volatile, the change of the value will initially be seen only by T2. And other threads such as T1 or T3 or T4 that are concurrently running, so they are running at the same time, we'll see the non-changed value. But if you make this one volatile, then when one of the threads changes this, then the others will also see the changed value. Isn't volatile just a compiler hint? Compiler hint? No, I don't think. It's actually used at the execution. So let us search for it, but my knowledge was that and unless something changed in the last versions, changes of whatever are always visible to other threads. It also means that when a thread reads a volatile variable, it sees not just the latest changed, but also the side effects. It has side effects on the execution. Cool, that's fine. So now I have no knowledge. I will read the documentation once again just to make sure, but I have no knowledge to anything that might have changed lately with volatile that would imply it's only a compiler hint. Sorry. I think it works like it usually worked, exactly what I'm trying to show you here, and like it was written in the documentation just here. It means that changes to a volatile variable are always visible to other threads, meaning that when one thread changes the value, what I was showing you here is that other threads will see that specific value, even if we made because we made the variable volatile. So that's how volatile works. But again, it's not synchronizing anything. So if you have a problem of race condition, you still have to solve that by concurrency access. And I hope that answered also to the question with volatile. Let's see what other questions did I leave unanswered. Oh, Java 9 modules. Okay, so I didn't discuss about Java 9 modules. I was seeing one more question about volatile. So does volatile put the variable on the heap or something? No, it doesn't put it on the heap. No. I mean, anyway, depending on if volatile is anyway on the attributes of the class. So being an attribute of the class, it's anyway in the heap. No. You asked me if it pushes the value to the heap. And from there, yeah, the CPU copies the new value. Well, I can't say I know for sure step by step what happens at the registry level, so I don't want to induce you in error. But as a conclusion, what happens is that you make sure that the threads read the updated value, because you don't have that assurance if you don't make the variable volatile, since it can be that a different value is read on the registry of the CPU where that specific thread is running. So what's the difference between volatile and static var in this case? It's the same problem you can have with static. So it means I wasn't good explaining. So it doesn't matter if it's static or not. It doesn't matter at all. Let's say it's static. It's the same problem. Because if you have now some thread taking that, yeah, it's the same thing. That thread will see that value, whether it's static or not, will read it with its initial value, 10. Okay? So it doesn't matter if it's static or not. It really doesn't matter. Whether it's static or not, if it's not volatile, if it's just static, then it means that if this T2 changes the value, T2 will still read the value, T2 will still read the value from its own registry, which is this box here represented by me. T1 will read the copy of the value from its registry. So yes, maybe I can see where the confusion comes from, because you think about static is unique, but the reality is that the variable at the heap level is unique, but the value used by the threads is a copy which is in the CPU's registry. So you have multiple CPUs, you might end up having multiple values for the same static variable. So here it is not a discussion about static or non-static. Here is a discussion about copying or not copying the value from the memory to the CPU registry and back. Because if you make this one volatile, when something like this happens, meaning T2 changes the value, all the others will copy the new value of the variable. So it's irrelevant we discuss static or non-static. It can be or not static. Volatile has the same effect. It's about having a value and its copies at the registry level of the CPU. Because the threads in the end will use the copy of that value. Volatile makes sure that any change will reflect in the real variable and will be seen by all the other threads. While a non-volatile variable, which is the default, will not make sure that all the threads see the latest changes. Cool, I'm happy. So it means that that volatile is now clear. And let me guys say this will be the last subject for today, if you allow me, because I think I will not be able to speak anymore if I'm going to keep it more. It's already 5 hours and a half, so next time I will try to make it even bigger, the event. But let's discuss also, because you had a question on modules, and let's clarify the modules as well, and let's create a modular project using Jigsaw, which is available with Java 9, and understand again why is this capability of the language and of the JVM, which has been introduced with Java 9, so important in designing libraries. Because I told you, first of all, modules and CL classes, they are very, very important with designing libraries. That's where we benefit most out of them. So say JM 2022 June E8. And I now will consider this is a library. So let's assume we just create a library. Whenever we design a library now, we should think which are actually the responsibilities of that library. And if it's a larger library, we might end up finding out that we have multiple responsibilities that we need to implement, and to keep them apart one from the other, we will just design different modules. So how does that go? It's very simple. We just create a new module, and this module will reflect as a separate jar. So we will compile as a separate jar in the end. So I'm just saying this is module M1, and then I will create two modules, but you can just assume that you might have as many modules as you want. The whole idea is keep the capabilities separate as much as possible, to keep the responsibilities separate as well. Okay, and you can see again, you can add to your library as many modules as you want. This source is not even needed here anymore, so you can simply delete it. Now you have only modules. But one thing you need to remember is that with the modules, you always, to have a real module, it always has to have a manifest file. And the manifest file is called the module info Java. So I will add a module info Java file to both M1 and M2 source folder. So what's the reason? Why do we need to have the manifest file? Well, the manifest file, it's a module if you at least have it. So you need at least to have it. The only thing it's mandatory it defines is a name for the module. But of course, in most cases, when we create a module, we will have it communicating with other modules, and we will have some things that will be made accessible outside, and some things that will be consumed by a module. So say that we have a package that defines some kind of functionality. Let's call it read. And let's say that inside this package, we have a class read manager. Imagine that, and actually for the sake of the example, let's actually even create a read method that only prints something in the console. Imagine that you need now in the process folder, in the process package of module 2, to use the read manager class. If I have a process manager here that tries by any means to use the read manager, you will see it doesn't happen. Even if you try to manually import it somehow, it still doesn't work. You cannot simply just add the dependency and use it. See? And the reason it doesn't work is because in between two modules, to be able to share some functionality, the module that provides the capability needs to make that capability available outside, and the other module needs to define that it consumes that capability. And how it does that? Well, it's very easy through the module info manifest file. So that's the manifest file actually. So I can say that M1 exports the read package. So it will export the package always and everything inside it. And then I can say that M2 requires M1. In this way, I created a dependency between M2 and M1, and because a read manager is in a package that is exported, now, as you can see, the compilation problems disappear, and I can use the code as I wanted. But what you can see is that it's really a must that the module explicitly specifies what it exports, and until it exports that specific stuff, it will not work. Even if I have, say, I have read and then another package stuff inside, and then in stuff I have read stuff. If I have something like this and I'm only exporting read, I don't export also the stuff. So it means that here, if I want now to use the read stuff, as you can see, it doesn't work. Okay? You can try to import it, still doesn't work. So see how much control I have with modules, because in this module I have package read and inside I have package stuff, and I can decide to actually expose everything in the read package, but I can hide anything else. So modules are so valuable because they allow you to restrict the access and know exactly what someone from outside of the module can use. And moreover, even moreover, I can specify that I only export to a specific other module. So that helps me when I have multiple modules in the same library. I want to export some functionality, but I don't want to export it outside of the library. I just want to export it to some specific modules inside of my library. I can do that. And I can specifically just export functionality to one specific other module or some specific other modules in my library, but not outside of my library. So this is where we get value out of modules. And more than this, to be mentioned, is that if something is not exported, then it can't be accessed even by reflection. And we have, if it's exported, then it can be accessed through reflection. If it's not exported, there is a way to say that you can, like for example, if I want stuff to be accessible by reflection but not directly, then I can use the opens, which means accessible by reflection but only by reflection. But I have to explicitly say that. Or you can say I create an open module, which means everything is accessible by reflection. But that's usually something to avoid. You would use something like this only in case you have some kind of a framework that literally needs to manipulate, to use the bytecode of the module, but again, in my perspective, modules are valuable for libraries, not for apps. So it's literally really unlikely that you will have frameworks needing to somehow manipulate the things inside. So I prefer to avoid generalities such as make the module open for reflection. Because the whole idea of this strong encapsulation was to have a way to restrict even for reflection and really make accessible outside only a specific small part of the module. And that's again really valuable with libraries. So any library that you create, it should, from my point of view, be modular. Anything that you create now and it's a version over Java 8, Java 9 and above, make it modular. It's a reason even the JDK itself has been created modular. You see, here are the modules. And then, is it possible to make jar file out of the module and use it? Yes, it is a jar file, and that's exactly how it works. Just that usually in a non-modular application we use what's called class path for that. While in a modular application we use the module path, which has been introduced with modules. And it's very similar to class path. It has very small differences, but the idea is that it's still a path where you put the jar files resulted from modules so that you use them afterwards. And guys, basically this is with the usefulness of the modules and my recommendation for you to use them. Provider consumer pattern for modules. Let me take this for another video because I'm already, it's 5 hours and a half and I already feel it's enough for my marathon for today. But I promise you I will take it in another next live event. You can already find that in one of my videos, by the way, on the same channel. So if you will search in the Java Fundamentals playlist, the video related to modules, I present that as well there. Now for me, I would like to take a break, but not before I tell you again, thank you very much, because I wasn't expecting so many people to be here with me today. And according to YouTube, it was almost 1,000 people joining me. So it was very close to 1,000. And that's very good actually. I'm really happy that so many people are really interested in Java, and that you joined this channel, and that you asked so many questions in the live chat. So I'm really eager to, after I get some rest, schedule a next event, because I think it makes a lot of sense to have more discussions this way, guys, and have more opportunities for you to live ask questions and me live provide you answers to the questions. Still a question, any additional steps required when working with modules and Spring Framework? Yes, you will need to open your modules for reflection if you want to use Spring Framework. But Raul, remember what I said, modules mean modules are most bring you most value if you use them in libraries. And if you use them in libraries, it doesn't then matter if you use them with Spring or without Spring. But if you use them in a Spring application, and I have an example, you can even find an example for this on my channel. It's a little bit more uncomfortable to use a modular application with Spring, and I would not recommend that. Try to find that video and watch it. You will understand what I mean. So again, the best of value you will get from modules in libraries, not in applications. Thank you also, guys. Thank you very much. So I see your messages. I'm very happy to see that so many of you again had questions, and I hope you clarified many of your things. Again, don't forget that you can find me also on Twitter and on LinkedIn. Yeah, in case I'm just saying, in case you get any of my books, including the last one, How to Read Java, don't forget also to give me some nice stars in case you like the book. Again, thank you everyone. So it was an excellent day, and I'm already looking forward for the next time we meet. Thanks you. I'm waving goodbye and talk to you soon. Have a nice time for learning. Cheers.